I forgot to do something last night. So I'm just gonna do it now. Bananas belong on pizza? I mean, it's not bad, yeah. It's not bad. How's it going, everybody? What's up, everyone? What is it? It's finally getting the amaze. There we go. Surprised. Upload. There we go. And then we go over to activity. We go to my alert. Sorry, give me 1 second. I forgot to do something. One moment, please. Hold on. No, go back. Here. This one. Add alert. We're gonna make this nice and small bitties. Okay, there we go. And then we go to my alerts. And we go to, hold on, where'd it go? Oh, come on, up you go. Up you go. Up you go. Come on, up you go. Okay, there you go. And hold on, let me... How do I test it? How do I test it? Hold on, let me test it. My uploads. Hold on, let me test it. I already added it to the alerts. Okay, hold on. Hodling. Wait, how do I test it? Sound alerts, why can't I test it? Ah, test in browser source. There we go. Did y'all hear that properly? There we go. I finally got it for you, Cardi. Hi, everybody. Sorry. I knew I forgot to do something last night, so I'm here now. I'm sorry. We had to do a little bit of tech support. Echo, good to see you again. Cardi, how you doing today? What's up, Lost Knife? How you doing today, Blue? What's going on, Iota? Dirk Hansler, newbie here. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, Vorkinator. Gamer Gal, how you doing today? We got some young blood. We love young blood. We love young blood. That sounds weird, but you know. Jade, how you doing? We're just gonna roll with that one today. Hey, Norris, what you up to? Code Jade, welcome back. Nezuko, happy to see you again. Hello, Texas. What's going on, Cobb? You need to tell your blind kitten Lunchbox to give me back my hair tie. I can't help you with that. Sorry. Nope. It's baby cat things. Nobody can help you with that. Sorry. Tex, you may not be in long because smoking air. Well, no worries. You just hang out and relax. Test an Ash weapon platform with duplicate exposure Zaw this time, and it was much better. Gonna run it with exposure Wrathful setup to compare. Ooh, interesting. But just being mean to you, I can't help you with that. It's baby kittens. You can't stop them. Potato, how you doing today over on the tubes? Good to see you, everyone. My pet spider's acting odd. I have a pet spider? I've got a pet cat. But I don't have a pet spider. Sea rabbits, you're gonna lurk. You are more than welcome to. The one in my back room. Oh, yeah, they just kind of do that. They just kind of do that. You know how it is. They vibing. They just having a good day, you know? They're just doing their thing. Don't worry about them. They're fine. All right, everybody. So, as I said last night, in case you left the stream early, I was really enjoying playing Final Fantasy XIV last night. So we're going to go back and play more Final Fantasy XIV later on today. But first, we're going to do some more Warframe goodies. Echo, would you like to join for dailies today? I'll send you an invite preemptively, just in case. Oh, there you are. Duplicate exposure, you got parts you need for Grendel, Hydroid, and Aphrodite, which means... Ooh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, we got room for one for Cephalon Suda and Steel Meridian. Who would like to join us? a great many defenses. Kojade, sure. Kojade, are you for, which of those are you for? Are you for both? Or are you for one or the other? Because we'll do, if you're for, well, either way, what we might do is swap out for Halo for the next set afterwards. Hey, Fluffy, how you doing? Tried Boxbreaker Zaku while doing syndicate missions. It was miles better, even made Jupiter. Yeah, the Boxbreaker is much, like having a Boxbreaker makes life so much easier. Okay, perfect. So Kojade, we'll grab you for Cephalon Suda, and then we'll grab Halo for Steel Meridian, if you're okay with that. Echo and Cardio, of course, are my... listen, I have to bring them. They threaten me with violence if I don't. So, yeah. What can we do? Made singling out the medallions? Yeah, it's figuring out the medallions make life so much easier. How do people make Titania survivable outside of Razorwing? I mean, that's kind of how you make her survivable, is just being super tanky and fly around. You can do some things with like shield gating with, depending on the helmet buff that you're using. Because helmets, you can just sort of like cast them fairly easily, like Zada's is a fairly quick and easy cast. So you like helmets and then do like shield gating stuff. The damage reduction while flying, mods, auras, and arcanes are kind of the other direction that a lot of people like to use. So aerodynamic, aviator are the two that I'm talking about there. Otherwise, yeah, she's just kind of, mainly she survives through the fact that she's really hard to hit. That's like kind of her big survivability tool these days is, being hard to hit. Where the hell is that one? It's up? Yo, Iron, how you doing today? Okay, well, wherever it is, it's down this way, it seems. So generally speaking, like, that's the way to survive, is just being like, because movement is in itself actually a really good survivability method, which a lot of people just don't always take advantage of properly, is being like on the move is in itself very good for your survivability. But generally speaking, it's like layering other forms of survivability on top of that, shield regeneration through the likes of like Aegis and possibly, well, not really companions, because if I remember right, companions can't really affect you when you're in Razorwing, but sort of that sort of style of survivability is mainly sort of shield stuff there. Evan Patner. Cardi, you got that one up there? Okay, you got that one up there. Hey Lion, how you doing? Destroyer, welcome back. How you doing? Captain Blast, will you be doing relics today? That's the plan. That's do be the plan. We'll do some relics later on, and maybe even a level cap if we get Cascade showing up. How am I? I'm not doing too bad today. Kind of was just like in a bit of a mood today, getting started, so I was like very slow to get my day started. But otherwise, okay. You know, just one of those kind of days, you know what I mean? Just one of those days. Cascade, you're gonna be extra happy? Well, who says I'm gonna bring you? Hey, Italy, how you doing? It's okay to be grumpy? Not sort of grumpy, just kind of like lethargic? You know what I mean? Like, just like lethargic. You love the new Halo Combat Evolved? Yeah, I've heard that it's actually pretty solid. Yeah. You're potentially gifted subs? Listen, you can't bribe me like this. That's not how this works. I mean, it is sometimes how it works, but listen here, you. Sometimes best survivability is making everything dead. Yeah, that's also kind of the thing, too. I'm a child of divorce. True, 100 subs do work on me. This is true. This is true. Kuva Sobek build specifically for running with Uriel. Yeah, type exclamation point Sobek. That build is made to be run with Uriel, and you just make the Valiance bonus to be heat. With using an elemental vice green. Omni Forma slotting an entire Nidus Prime. See, I would my thing with Nidus is I would highly recommend, like, if you have it, an Umbral Foam or two on Nidus can be really, really good. You're not doing that for a while? Well, that's okay. Don't you worry. I appreciate just everyone hanging out. I'm still working on this one here, for Lord's sake. Where are we at? 28 on this one. One of these days you'll have two screens so you can actually answer whenever someone says something. Two screens is really nice. There's a cascade right now. How long is this cascade for? No, there isn't. There's no cascade right now. You're lying to me. You've lied to me. You have one with two Umbral Forma, last slots for when you get another blueprint. Makes sense, yeah. Looking at normal mode? How dare you bait me like this? You monster. You got me all excited. Because I want to try that, Brain Fried after work. Oh, nice! How did, was this the first day of work? The last Steel Path Cascade was 3 hours ago. Well, maybe we'll get lucky, chat. Or maybe we'll just be cursed. But, yeah, I was really enjoying playing Final Fantasy last night. I think we're going to be probably playing a lot more Final Fantasy going forward, especially with the new expansion. Especially just sort of in downtimes of Warframe. Just as a heads up. To all of you, I think that's going to be a game that's going to be in our usual rotation around these parts. First proper day went quite well, other than the one moment where 3 cash registers stopped working. Okay, well that's all your fault. You did that. It's your fault all 3 cash registers stopped working. How dare you? It's always the new guy's fault. You didn't? I don't know about that. Started a new character yesterday on the free demo, going for the spear user. Ooh, Dragoon. Well, it's a Lancer first, and then it evolves into Dragoon later. Is a very, very fun job from what I've seen. What Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy 14. We're doing Suda right now, and we already have somebody else for Steel Meridius. Norse. We're already scheduled in with peeps. But we'll get you in for something on, as usual. Hey, get out of here. You used to main that when you played free trial? Dragoon's really good, yeah. It's what I started as in Final Fantasy 14, then I kind of found that I was really enjoying playing a healer in the game. I'm really excited to see what the advanced evolved combat mode, the new combat system that they're introducing in the next expansion will look like for the game, so I'm very excited for that. So hit or miss even with persistence. It's largely speaking because you gotta get your stacks up askew, and that's usually a little bit of a problem for just like getting started with Nidus. Like I had a little bit of a problem yesterday, was just getting my stacks rolling, but then once I got my stacks rolling, it wasn't a problem. At least for me, it wasn't a problem, I should say. But it is just like usual with Nidus, you do have to be a little bit, you gotta be a little bit careful getting rolling with that. The evolved form you're looking forward to is Dragoon. How many buttons? Yeah, the thing, so I've broken a few bones in this hand over the years, and in my wrist. So, especially for tanks, it was very hard for me to do the full rotation for tanks. So the big thing that I'm looking forward to is potentially having a little bit easier time on my hands. Because less buttons means like less combinations of stuff and so on and so forth. So I'm very much looking forward to the evolved combat system, where they're getting rid of a lot of button bloat, which I'm very happy to see. You're not on 2 screens purely because you don't have a cable for it? Oh no! Modifiers you got for EDA don't affect Nidus except permanent injuries, so it's gonna be a bit of a pain. Can you run not the permanent injury this time? I was hoping to have Limbo fully leveled up here before we did the survival, so I could use this as a forma opportunity. Button bloat is very much an issue with the early... I mean, I feel like button bloat's just an issue in general in the game right now. But you're right, especially with the newer jobs, or the older jobs, that's certainly the case. Hey, Oxley, how you doing? Is 3 losing stack of the augment and trying to find a new target's frustrating at times? They actually made it a lot better, Destroyer Mittens. With the rework, it is much, much easier to work with. So if you hold cast it, it'll automatically target the closest ally, including free moving companions like Kubros, Kavats, Hounds, Vulpaphyla, Predicites. So, and I would highly, highly recommend linking to companions when possible, or allies when possible, because they give you multiplicative strength and damage to your weapons. It is very, very, very strong to link to an ally. So if you have a free moving companion, so not a sentinel basically, would highly, highly recommend. Auto locks onto whatever's closest? Yeah, exactly. So it'll auto lock onto any ally that's in range. Which just makes life a lot easier. Hey Fenrir, good to see you. Didn't know about the hold cast. That's, to be fair, that is something that they added in the hotfix Destroyer Mittens, so that's probably something that you might have missed. And that's totally reasonable, because that was something that they added in with the hotfix to make it a little bit easier to use. Tackle Potato podcast with Megan? No, I haven't seen that yet. I was a little bit busy dealing with some IRL stuff today, so I always love watching Tato's interviews with Meg and Reb. And, of course, No Sympathy. We love No Sympathy in this house. So I have yet to watch that just because of time, but I do plan on watching that later. Tato and Clark are some of the best people out there, by the way. Super, super kind peeps. Oh, don't ruin it for me, Mystic. It's okay. I'll watch it later. I appreciate it though. Cutie spotted. Oh, hi, dinos. Yo, Sci-Fi, how you doing today? What's up, bud? New diction playing with Warframe HUD scale set to minimum. Oh no. Oh no. Where are we at for candies? We're at 7 here. Thanks for getting that shout out for dinos. Appreciate you. Thank you. As always, I appreciate shouting out to friendos. Well, that's this limbo done at least. This Forma. Got lucky, cold toxin, and crit damage. Ooh, that's certainly not a bad combo for it, yeah. Free viral plus crit damage? Never say no to that. Especially considering it's a pretty decent crit status. 6-7 jokes? Oh, I love the 6-7 jokes. Ever do an Oberon build post rework? No, I haven't, because honestly, I found the frame really boring post rework. In my opinion, that is certainly the rework that was the biggest miss for me. Was not a big fan of that rework. I just find it, the passive kind of made it very boring for me. But if you'd like to, Fluffy, just remind me after I'm done doing my dailies here. So in about like 15 minutes or so, and I'll pull up my build for you to take a look at. Was afraid looking at your screen. What class? I'm playing Sage at the moment. Sage is kind of the reason why I started playing Final Fantasy XIV back in Endwalker. Bridge rework? The rework I'm talking about is the Oberon rework. Just not a huge fan of his passive. I find it to be very boring for the way I like to play. Doesn't mean that it's bad, obviously. It's incredibly strong. Goofy interaction between Limbo and Predicite companions. Ooh. Limbo and Predicite companions? What's the thing with Limbo and Predicite? Intrigued about your thoughts on the podcast. When you see it later, we'll one frame similar to Alfredo sauce. I love Alfredo. Don't like Revenant Mesmer Skin 2.0? No, not a big fan. I find, well, I'm of the opinion that Revenant is a frame that needs a rework because I find him very boring. But I also understand that they'll probably never do that. I keep running around thinking that we don't have all 8, when in fact we do have all 8. Cardi, is this where Extract is hiding? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Alright, Mystic, you take care. Soom's neat. Yeah, the Soom's neat, yeah. Systems that make you not engage with the game are kind of unhealthy, but the longer they're allowed to stay, the harder it is to remove them. Yeah, and that's kinda my situation with it too, is like, I'm not a big fan of systems that just completely remove, like, a major aspect of the game for me. And for me, a major aspect of the game is figuring out survivability. So, having that whole aspect of the game removed is just kind of boring to me. Like, I purposely nerf myself when I'm playing Revenant or Oberon. Like, I purposely take an unoptimal build. Invis is the thing, yeah, but AoEs can still kill you through Invis and toxin stuff, so like Invis is still not a guaranteed survivability method. Spawns the larva that aggroes and explodes on death. Does damage equal to max HP when the transition between planes? Huh. What does my mug say? Tasty. Watch VOD? Yeah, Fluffy, I'll pull it up for you right here, actually. We got a quick ad break here. Oberon. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me, and you want to support the community to accept your turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. And this is kind of my basic build for him. Like I said, I kind of find him to be rather boring because of his passive. So like, this build, I don't use this augment. Like, if you want to be completely unkillable, you run Universal Fallout, right? Universal Fallout makes you basically unkillable. I don't like it, so I don't use it. And I play around his, armor and whatnot, and this is just sort of there for the sake of it more than anything. And for arcanes, just more strength. Molt augmented, persistence is a very good option here, obviously. And then I use two equilibrium shards, a cast speed shard, and 2 strength shards. And that's just the basic build here. Yeah. Nothing too crazy. Pretty simple build. Okay, we need a Nova. Cardi, do you want to be on Nova duty? Echo has been Nova this entire time. Oh, has Echo been on Nova this entire time? Oh, my apologies. I am blind. No, because Cardi's been running Nova for the last few days. I said the right person that time. I knew who I was talking to. I didn't screw up this time. You made an assumption that I was paying attention to what Warframe you were playing, and I wasn't. The most fun part of his kit is his augment for tons of radiation damage. Yeah, the ton of radiation damage for the weapons is actually pretty solid. Second Parita boss battle. Okay, no worries. We can wait. The goat is you? True. It's you screaming into the void. I actually got a Feral Pred. Recently named him Yami. Ooh. Yeah, Feral Predacites are actually really good. The anabolic pollination is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. Okay, while we're waiting for Halo, let's take a quick look at what Lost Knife has sent over. Doriga, Contagion, Self-Synth Construct, Vacuum, Enhanced Vitality, Electropulse, Regen. Yeah, this all looks good. You probably don't need Electropulse here realistically because you have Arc Coil. You could swap this out for Animal Instincts, for Enemy Radar. You could swap it out for, since you're using Contagious Bond and Momentous Bond, you could use Fired Up as well, would be another solid choice here. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks very good. Nothing really to say. No one gets the Yu-Gi-Oh reference. I was never really a Yu-Gi-Oh person, I'm sorry. And this is just for status priming. Yep, looks good. Nothing to say. Nothing to say on here, just for status priming, bunch of elements, multi-shot, just for it doing its thing. The only thing I would say is, again, possibly getting crit chance on here, because you're currently not activating your Tenacious Bond on here. So you need to look at getting crit chance on here. Realistically speaking, I would drop Accelerated Isotope for crit chance, so that you can get up to the 50% crit chance for the Tenacious Bond. That's the only thing I would say here. Otherwise, the rest of it looks good. Vruna, very pretty. I like that. The Vruna Deluxe skin. Valkyr. Oh, you know what? I am a sucker for the Carnifex skin. I'll admit it. I'm a big sucker for the Carnifex skin. Projectiles chilling before you work again tomorrow? No worries. That sounds fun. Dragon-esque. Dragon these nuts. Huh? You're annoyed? Hi, annoyed. I'm Zenosfire. How you doing? That looks cool, actually. Italy, I like that. That's nice. Hey, Jaeger. Italy, I like that. Looks nice. You're begging me for... There's no cascade. Tell the devs above the Halvu base damage? That's not how my situation with the devs work, sadly. And I think the Halvu's not necessarily meant to be a damaging weapon, it's meant to be a utility weapon more than anything at the moment. But it may also get an augment mod like the X52 did, right? So. But I see it more as a utility weapon than as a straight up damaging weapon, right? Status primer? Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean by utility. The whole, whatchamacallit? Stole your build? Yeah, I'm more than happy to. Actually, Fluffy, the thing that you actually need to do is take my build as inspiration to do something cool yourself. That's the only rule. If you just straight up steal a build, you're not learning something. That's the only rule to my builds. Take them, do something cool with them your own self. The Hunhullus is such a bullet sponge? Yeah, the Hunhullus, it do be dead. Just wish its gimmick's range wasn't so butt. Well, the nice thing about its range, sci-fi, is, like, the way that I look at it is, for when you're close to enemies, it's 10 meters, but then it just operates as a regular rifle. Right? So, like, it just operates as a regular rifle. What's a good build for the Sun and Moon? You know what? I actually don't have a Sun and Moon built out, but if you give me a few minutes here, I will take a look at the Sun and Moon stats and give you a recommendation. Because it's not that hard to give you that type of recommendation there. You take everyone's build and make them stupid? They're not stupid, they're just nice. As long as you like them, that's what matters. Yeah, so that's the thing with Al Halvu is, like, when you get close up to enemies, it just takes the concern about aiming off of your shoulders, and then it just works as a regular rifle for the rest of the shots, right? And that's kind of the way that I look at it, personally. Don't know how, but it's gonna happen. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, you went upstairs. Only took 24 beacons total? Oh my lord. That's too many. Honestly, you can basically do anything in this game at this point. Yeah! I mean, that's both the joy and the curse of Warframe, right? All we need is a website on the game? What do you mean by that? We got lots of websites. There's lots of them. They're all around. They're always watching. Warframe Market on your Palm PC? Yeah, I would too would like to see like an auction house inside of the game, but I think that there's like concerns for that considering platinum is a real money thing and like the costs of that. So like I understand the reasoning for not doing it to a certain extent, but I do, well, I actually don't even know if that's the reasoning for not doing it, to be completely fair. Like, I don't even know if that would be an actual concern or not. But I do agree that it would be nice to have a real money like an auction house inside of Warframe. It would make life so much better. I would actually bother doing trading. I would actually sell stuff. Like, maybe not for ribbons, make that still, like, have to use a market of some variety, but, like, for prime parts, or, like, arcanes, or that type of stuff, that would be kind of nice. Marketplace like in Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, or something like that, that would be kind of a nice thing. But I wonder if it's because there's some concerns with, like, RMT stuff, you know what I mean? Here's the plan. Oh, no. Plans rarely work out for me. What's RMT? Real money transaction. So people selling and buying platinum not through official channels, which is against TOS and can get you banned very quickly. Gonna use multi-shot more than fire rate to simulate the SMG feeling? That sounds about right. And just find some way to bump up the fire rate? That sounds about right. Don't like have to go outside of the game to get your best offers. It's inconvenient. Yeah, and that's the reason why I would love to see that, but also, like, I get it. I'm with you. I agree. It would be nice. I'm with you. Another defense, you say? Brownie cookies. I could go for some brownie cookies. Brownie cookies would be tasty. Did Saren get reworked? No, I just finally made a short on Saren. Hey, Carl, good to see you. Finally beat Rainbreaker in Soulframe. You hate nimble enemies. Oh, I know that pain, yep. Finally got around to asynchronous trading in. Warframe could definitely take inspiration from that. Yeah, I think it would be nice. Halo, I'm just assuming that you're, got the loading screen shenanigans there. Drink my water. Does coffee count as water? Yeah, I would really like to see it. I would very much like to see it. I'm with y'all. Now, I don't know if this new Stefano defense... Oh, we're on the old defense. I don't think this one has any candies, but we'll pop the air support charges to be safe. Well, Stefano got reworked, right? Some defenses have candies. Yeah, I just can't remember if this is one of the defenses that has candies or not. I don't think it is, if memory serves correctly. The other tile does have candies. But I know that this tile... I didn't remember if this tile did or not. That's okay. We're getting more Forma into the limbo. Magnetic capacity increases the total ammo of the Halvu. Still reloads the same. Yeah, that's kind of the nice thing. And also, magnetic is just so strong these days. Really helps with, especially late game stuff. So strong and nice. It's certainly got the glow up of the century with the rework. Magnetic working on shields and overguard, yeah. And also it dealing the electric status effect on overguard or shield break. So it's still also a damaging dot on top of that. Added to both the interesting looking at the newest post-biotic rounds will also be a Nightwave thing. Yeah, I think that's just them adding it into two separate sources, so like people can access it. So, yeah. So that people have multiple ways to access it because it's such a loved weapon. So like I get it. This is not a high affinity defense, and this makes me very sad. I am sad. I was hoping to get another form into the limbo today. Oh, but we got double affinity weekends coming up. With the... whatchamacallit? I'll be able to get lots of Forma into the limbo. Yeah, with dog days, we're getting double affinity weekends. If I remember, people were telling me about that. So that'll be a good opportunity to get a whole bunch here. Time to form even more crap you don't use. Hey, that's the story of my life. I do that all the time. I mean, you should also not drink only coffee, to be completely fair. Drinking only coffee is a bad life choice. 797? Wow, I thought I had the most at like 624. Damn. I used many a Forma. Many. Alright, you got good news and bad news. Oh no. Oh no, what is it this time? So the good news, it'll work. I mean, that is Warframe. Bad news, no damage. Are you picking up the thing to give him double sniper damage from the resupply? Need Plaguestar to come back? They usually do Plaguestar every 2 years, right? At least from my recollection, that's the way it is. So I doubt we're going to get a Plaguestar this year because we had it last year. Coffee. Plaguestar during Halloween? They did, but it's usually every 2 years, like I said. At least in the past few years, it's been every 2 years, I should say. Fallman, Shadow Kitten? I actually don't have a Fallman short, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll pull up my Fallman build for you. But yeah, they, at least for the last few times, it's been every 2 years. You need 320% fire rate to get it moving. So much fire rate. That's just unreasonable. More energy, please. Thank you. Nothing over here. Factor in minus recoil. Just use steady hands. Or deadhead. How do you know when to not mod things like Serration or Hornet Strike? Just like most things Devil Duck in Warframe, it depends. Sometimes if the weapon is giving additive damage from the Condition Overload weapon mods, then you don't need to be going that, but if it gives multiplicative damage, then sometimes it's a good opportunity to use that, because then it's multiplicative to the damage on Serration and Hornet Strike. If the weapon has a really low status chance and you're not planning to use a status primer, so thus you aren't going to be using Galvanized Shot or Aptitude or Savvy, that's another good chance to do that. If you are planning on using an Arcane for that damage, that's also another good opportunity to not use it. But I will say, typically speaking, on most of my builds, I like to run 2 sources of neutral damage, being an Arcane, Hornet Strike, or one of the Galvanized mods. Sort of 2 of those combined. I usually like to run that. It's not optimal, but it's the way I personally find it to be the most enjoyable for me. So it's a little bit kind of like more of a depends on the weapon. So low status chance weapons, typically you won't be going into the Galvanized Aptitude mods. If you want to be using an Arcane that's not a damaging Arcane, that's generally a good opportunity to use one of those mods, like Serration or Aptitude or the like. And so on and so forth. So it's just like most things in Warframe, it's a... depends on a few factors. But once you sort of get into the flow of it, then you start to understand the methodology behind the insanity. Man, I was hoping to get another form on this guy today. I think we're probably going to really bang out the form on this once Dog Days starts with the double affinity weekends. We'll, like, get a lot of Forma done on him. All in one go. Bullets on exalted weapons, trigger it. I've got good news for you. His 2 and 1 both trigger it, and it locks in the efficiency on the per shot. So, we found that out. It locks in the efficiency on the per shot thing. So you run Sculptor, and then you cast, you know, one of the things that activates Sculptor on sight, and then you just cast Neutralizer or Neuralizer, what the hell it's called, and that locks in the efficiency for some reason. It's weird. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work, but it's how it's working. At least at the moment it's working. But then also, don't forget, like, you just use, get snapshotted with Ivara's Prowl? No, it doesn't get snapshotted for Ivara's Prowl. At least it shouldn't be getting snapshotted for Ivara's Prowl. But Ivara's Bow is a per shot energy basis. So it does fall under that sort of locking in the efficiency for that case. $24. Hey, Shifty. Yeah, so the Ivara's Bow is a energy per shot, like Noctua and like Neutralizer, what the hell the sniper's called. And it seems that, at least according to other people's testing, I haven't tested it myself yet, that it does lock that in. You hope for a Ivara retouch, especially for her bow. Ivara does have some really good tech to her. Like, she can be very, very strong, and she has some, like, weird things to her. But I too would like to see her get a bit of a touch-up. I am with ya. I would love to see her get a little bit of a touch-up there. Posture check. I'm literally having good posture right now. Come back to the game after a couple of years and loving Jade. Is there augment with Archon Vitality viable for Steel Path content? Yeah, absolutely. You can type !Jade to see my build for that, actually. As well as I've got a video on the channel going over a bunch of different builds for her. Now that said, like, her augment for her first ability, I assume is what you're talking about, being the Jade's Judgment augment. It's not necessarily the best, but it can still do some pretty hefty work. So just keep that in mind, but it can certainly do the work. Let's grab an Exil's adapter to save myself some platinum later. Oh, is my Jade's Light build not a part of that command? Hold on, let me grab the Jade's Judgment build for you as well. One moment. Uno momento. Yes. Here you are. This is also the specifically Jade's Judgment build there for you too, Ginseng. Also show the following build. That's what I'm doing right now. But thank you for reminding me. New Excel fashion in your work so you can't share it? Well, that's okay. You can share it later. So this is the build that I'm running on my Fulmin. Blast and Corrosive. So you run Toxin down here and it combines with the electric baseline because the electric is over here. Whenever a weapon has baseline elements, like an innate element, it's always is down over here at the end of the mods. And I just run Blast and Corrosive on here. What I actually like to run is that because it's higher damage. And that. There we go. This is multiplicative on here. So for the semi-auto mode, this is actually multiplicative damage. So instead of 3 times 3, it is, or instead of 3 plus 3, it's 3 times 3. And Amalgam Serration then is multiplicative in there and also gives you some movement speed. And then I run Primary Crux for my Arcane to increase the status chance for the Blast and the Corrosive, but also ammo efficiency is very nice on here. And then Terminal Velocity is in the slot here for the extra projectile speed. Pablo post on Ember? Yeah, that's no news information. That's not any new information, right? World on Fire is never coming back. Anyone who thought that it would come back was huffing some serious copium. We all knew that that was never coming back because it was AFK stuff, and if there's one thing the devs hate, it's AFK stuff. I do agree with what Pablo's, and I've been saying it forever, that going in and touching up immolations shenanigans would be kind of nice. But a lot of people seem to forget that you can just turn it off and turn it back on again to reset it as necessary. It's a little bit of a ball ache, a little bit frustrating to do, but it's not that big of a deal. And could she use more damage? Absolutely. I also am of the opinion that Heat Inherent should just be removed from the game. Like, I know some people really like it, and it's really, really powerful for those people, but also, like, we don't need the extra damage, and it's super finicky. And it just causes more problems than really anything else. So in my opinion, at least, I think Heat Inherent should just be completely removed. Ember isn't weak at the moment either. No, Ember can be very strong, but people are just, again, pining for the fjords that is World on Fire AFK stuff, right? They're looking back with rose-tinted glasses on that. In your opinion, Warframe does Warframe have an actual meta or just efficiency? Not really a meta, Jaeger. I would say it's more of, well, I gotta run a quick ad break and then I'll answer your question. And we'll also pull up the Pablo tweet so that we can go through it and people can know what we're talking about. Cardi, you sent that to me, yeah? Yeah. Have I touched grass? Yeah, I go for a walk every morning. But we'll go through this tweet here. But bring that back wouldn't fix her issues? No, I think that she probably just could use a little bit more damage, like if I'm being honest. And maybe immolate, get a little bit of a adjustment to how much energy it drains. That's about it. or how much it stays at the top and how hard it stays at the top. Saw him playing at the bottom corner? Yeah. Oh, sorry, you asked for a sun and moon. I don't think I have a sun and moon. Well, I've got the actual thing here. So that should be a 2.4, 20, 22. So yeah, you'd be looking at just your basic melee influence build on it. You could go into a crit size hybrid as well. Dual Torxica? Yeah, I've got a few builds on YouTube, actually. Dual Coda Torxica. Hey, it's a Dawn song. There you go. So this is just a basic influence build of going all in on status and not playing into the crit chance at all. But you can absolutely make this a crit chance as well. Build for it too. Quick question, what's the most effective method to obtain Aya? It's the endless mission on Demos bounties. Lewis is, to my recollection, the one that's the fastest. And then for like a crit status hybrid type shenanigans, you'd be looking at like something like still influence, because influence, unfortunately. And then whatever you kind of want here. You go probably on this build, you'd probably go for Glad Might for the extra crit chance and crit damage. It's an extra 22% crit chance, critical chance and a little bit more crit damage. So this would be another influence build here. With that guy there. What's the down from your taxes? So something like that for the Sun and Moon. All right, your Vidaria with the Babu, strongest one you have scanned, and charge shot, 2 million. Yeah, that's the Vidaria. Yeah. Saw some time annoyed you didn't take the Ember rework question on dev short seriously, and while I can't fix being a bit of a goof, I can elaborate. For Arcane, Influence is just generally speaking going to be your best bet on that weapon. You could go into Duplicate as well, because that 20% crit chance, you can get to the duplicate range really well. You got the Hate Blueprint. Heck yeah, congratulations. The core reason is she already had a rework. I know some of you don't count it because you didn't do it myself, but you did. Theorem Arcane? Yeah, what Theorem Arcane? There's like a few of them. The most common complaints you see are bring back old AFK World on Fire. That's never happening. Immolate requiring too much attention. I agree, that's a little bit annoying. Heat Inherents. Are they even useful? They can actually be pretty useful, yeah. Mainly with minion builds, right? The Theorem Infection, or Theorem whatever heck it is, largely speaking for minion builds, because it's like multiplicative damage for your minions. But even then, I probably wouldn't really use them, I'm not gonna lie. They're not the greatest. So the first two were pretty much core decisions of the original rework, and you wouldn't want to go back and set it and forget it playstyle she had. We almost did some general stat buffs and such for her last year, but my instinct was all we would hear is bring back old AFK World on Fire, and didn't think that was a good idea. Heat Inherents is a deep rabbit hole we have looked through. To be honest, I would love to change it for those of you unaware. Heat Inherent, basically, if you apply heat from a weapon, it will inherent the mods, the heat mods on the weapon into the ability. Heat status effects. That's essentially Heat Inherent. That's a super simplified version. There are a lot of edge cases and complexities to it, but short version is applying heat with ability first can rob you of some of your damage you would have had from doing it with a weapon first, depending on the mods and buffs. Fixing it so that the heat scaling is independent and order doesn't matter would be great for most players, but a nerf to players that really squeeze out every drop of damage out of it. I do think we should do it, since it can lead to players that don't know the inner workings actually sabotaging themselves. But vets that really use this mechanic will riot, so we have kicked the can to calmer times that never come. So in summary, I am not against doing a retouch where we buffer, but is that enough? I think a lot of people are hoping for a full rework, and that isn't in the cards. And Heat Inherent, should we fix it? Will I get death threats for even suggesting that we should? I think that they should, because if anything else, you will be getting more overall damage if you were to fix Heat Inherent than you are right now, because you are more often than not accidentally getting screwed over by other people in your squad. So I personally think that they should. I think that they should. Like, that's been my opinion for Heat Inherent. I mean, hell, my opinion has also been just straight up removing Heat Inherent from the game. But my opinion is, like, Heat Inherent should be getting looked at one way or another, and it's been my opinion since Heat Inherent came out, because there's nowhere in the game that explains Heat Inherent. Heat Inherent is like a weird niche tech that nowhere in the game actually explains. Status proliferation in other ways, or just, you know, something to it. Like, the reality is we have so much damage in Warframe that we don't need Heat Inherent. Who did Ember's rework? I don't know. I think Ember's rework is perfectly fine. She's very strong. Heat Inherent on a person-by-person basis? I mean, that would probably get screwed up. Says a bizarre effect that you'd be removed or take the highest damage of heat that should be taken? Yeah, probably something like that. Like, it's really good for those who are in the know, and it adds, like, an interesting level of complexity, which is cool, but we also don't need it. We have so much damage in this game. Right? More for a status build AoE enabler? Yeah, I mean, maybe, but also, I don't know, I feel like we don't need that either. You know what I mean? The game has evolved past a point where vets don't need Heat Inherent. It largely proves a hindrance even for people who can use it. Yeah, and that's kind of like the problem, is it's more of a issue. Doing any giveaways soon? Nope. I do giveaways whenever I feel like it. I'm not a giveaway streamer. I would rather give people I just kind of do giveaways whenever I want to. It's weird that Heat Inherent somehow has arcane functionality. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, I don't do giveaways with Rivens. Because Rivens have a mastery rank requirement, I like to make sure that all my giveaways anyone can join. So I actually don't do giveaways with Rivens at all. But I appreciate the offer, Jaeger. So I prefer to have everybody be able to participate in a giveaway whenever I have the opportunity to. But yeah, I think that they should go in and fix Heat Inherent. I think that it makes sense, because Heat Inherent is, while a really cool niche tech, not something that we really need in the end game of Warframe anymore. We have way more than enough damage. Even if they were to remove it completely, we would still have more than enough damage. And more often than not, like, is Ember even endgame frame nowadays? Every frame's an endgame frame. No. Yeah. I take her into ETA and EDA. She does fine. I haven't taken her to level cap, so I don't know about that, but ETA and EDA I have no problems at all. So assumably, if I was on my game and properly paying attention, would it be a stressful level cap? Probably. But certainly could probably do it. Isn't Heat Inherent an unintended effect on how heat proc damage is calculated? I don't think it's actually unintended. I think it was actually purposely added into the game. But that was so long ago that I can't remember anymore. But yeah, no, Ember's perfectly fine going into ETA and EDA, depending on your build. Both as weapon platform and caster. She's a little bit weird, though. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Ember's amazing at level cap. Yeah, I've never taken her to level cap, so I can't say to it personally. But, you know, talking about it, it's implied, it's intended. I think it was purposely added into the game all those years ago, but I can't remember. I wasn't really a part of the game during that point, so I can't really comment on that. But no, I think that Heat Inherent should be adjusted in some way, because right now, more often than not, you're kind of getting screwed over than anything else. Do you have an Ember build? Yeah, type X push 1 Ember. You can see my caster build. But yeah, I think that Heat Inherent should probably get looked at. I'm with Pablo on it. You know, the vocal minority will be really upset about it, and then they'll find some other cool new weird thing to mess with. She could use a buff? Yeah, no, I'm completely with it. I think that Ember's, like, damage values could be increased. And I think that Immolation could certainly be looked at. I think Immolation is a little bit frustrating, or Immolate, or whatever it's called. For some people, because they feel, like, some people are just, like, in the mindset that, like, I have to keep it on at all times. Be like, just turn it off. It's okay. For those who don't know what I'm talking about her second ability. I just turn it off, and then turn it back on when it gets too annoying to maintain. Okay. It's pretty easy. It's not too hard to deal with, in my opinion, at least. People they keep yelling? Yeah, exactly. Legit just press through 3 and it gets reduced? Yeah, but after a certain period of time, it just goes right back up to the top super quick. Right? And, like, that's the frustrating part for a lot of people. So. And then you just turn it on and off? Yeah, exactly. Precisely. That's what I'm saying. Is, like, they just forget that you can just turn it off and on. And then you're fine. Because, like, most people, they're using Healing Flame. Right? Like, this is not even really needed for Ember's kit the way that it is because this exists. Because this only helps out with the armor strip when you're playing with Healing Flame. This doesn't actually help you with damage reduction because damage reduction doesn't apply to Overguard. So, like, most people are using this for the armor strip. So, like, they could just go in and, like, change how this functions a little bit. But, you know, this is, I think, like, the big thing that I would like to see is more damage on here. Like, increases damage values by a bit. By a decent chunk. And adjust how this functions a little bit. That's about it. Mountain out of a molehill is the English phrase, Cardi. But yeah, no, Ember's, in my opinion, a very fun frame. I don't play her often, but she's a very fun frame, at least in my mind. It's a point where you can use a Phantom Eyes for the armor strip, but not everyone likes helmets. Yeah, I mean, also that, yeah. Valhalla. Hello? My voice? Augmented Aegis, Adaptation, Power Drift. So move Power Drift up. Frees up a mod slot for you there. I would actually probably go Rolling Guard here rather than Adaptation, in my mind. Because you're mainly surviving through the shield gating that Grenade Fan gives you. So getting a status cleanse is what I would personally recommend on here. I would also say that you don't really necessarily need Aegis, again, because of Grenade Fan. But 6 of one, half dozen another. If it works for you, it works for you. Keep in mind that you could get Blind Rage on here for more strength, because Blaze Artillery and Dispensary both activate Arcane Sculptor. So you could completely forsake your efficiency and go for strength on here if you feel like it. Velox, Barrel Diffusion, Magnum Force. Why Magnum Force on here? Anemic Agility. Is this just to get the... You're not using the augment. Okay, so a few things here. I'd probably drop that. I would probably drop that. I would make this Galv. I'd probably drop that. And, like, Galvanized Aptitude. Or Galvanized Shot. Maybe go into Elementalist, depending on what elements you throw on here. Magnetic, maybe, as well, would also be a good choice. I do have a Velox build on the channel. It is using its augment, though, so you might not have its augment, but you can check it out there, Valhalla. Elementalist, Weeping Wounds, no... whatchamacallit. Cerberus? Yeah, if you want to, Destroyer. Absolutely. Oh, keep an eye out for... Cascade, if anybody is keeping an eye on there for me. On the frame, what you get rid of for Blind Rage, you have Power Drift in in a regular slot, move that up to the Exo slot, power blind rage there. Cold crit chance attack speed, minus status duration. Okay, the minus status duration's really not necessarily the best on here. Because you're going for viral and heat. If you go blast instead, I would recommend that. Yeah, they have the galvanized mods here. I know Norse has the galvanized mods. A bibble. I would probably go blast because this has negative status duration on it. Right, negative status duration is actually pretty good for blast. So, and you already got the cold here. So I would probably lean into blast on here. Even with minus status duration, you could go into Weeping Wounds, and this would just like switch this out for electric, move this over here, right? You could go into influence on here because I think it still applies the electric effect, even though the electric effect like immediately disappears because you have such low status duration. Honestly, it could be kind of funny. Give it a try, see if it works with the Riven. I don't know if it would or not, if I'm being honest. Cardi, Zephyr. Ooh, Putty. Oh, Cardi, I really love that Zephyr, actually. That's really nice. Tuso. How good is this for selling? Melee damage, crit chance. So, on here... Hey, Count of Fromage, how you doing today? How good is it for selling? I mean, you could roll better. Melee damage isn't bad. Crit chance isn't bad. The minus slash isn't bad. But, like, range is the really big stat on the Nami Solo. Right? Range is the big money one on here because it gets 100% follow through on the attack. So you'd be looking at, like... Honestly, if you had range on here, it would be a really good Riven. But, like, range is the big ticket stat for the Nami Solo, Incarnate specifically. How good would this be for selling? I mean, like, it probably would sell, but it's not going to be, like, a massive sell. Like, it's not going to be, like, 1,000 platinum, maybe, like, 100 or 150. But also, I don't sell Rivens, so I have no idea about pricing. Was this Pandero? Could slot over Blood Rush? Yeah, you could slot over... Well, I mean, it had base damage on there, Scamcat, so it would be a slot over for, like, Condition Overload, if anything. Right? That's what I would slot it over for. Adaptation for Rolling Guard? Yeah, Norse, that's what I was saying. Now, like, adaptation's still fine, but, like, if you're worried about status effects going through your shields, you know? Gonna put diffusion? Okay. Yeah, nothing to say. Looks good to me. You're a little bit heavily... you got a lot of status effects on here, but it's not necessarily bad because the thing's got pretty good shenanigans to it with the burst fire, right? I would be playing more around the burst fire on here. Absolutely. So you can steal the polarity? Yeah, makes sense. Huh. Yeah, I mean, looks good. Nothing really to say there. Yeah, nothing to say there. Cerberus, Frostbite, Corrosive Cold, so then we'll go Corrosive Blast Cold. Hammer Shot, File Acceleration. Multi-shot Toxin, damage, minus slash. Okay, that's fine. Because that's just free viral for you, so that's not bad. Or free corrosive in this case. And then gives you more multi-shot and gives you more damage. The only thing I would probably say is I personally like to go punch through. Like, I would swap out Vile Acceleration for Prime Shred if you have it. Or regular Shred. And the reason why is punch through... Charging the Incarnate is based on a per hit basis, including punch through hits. So that's the only thing I would do here, is I would swap this out. Right, so it'll help you charge the Incarnate, give you a pseudo AoE a little bit on it. That's kind of the only thing I would say on here. Otherwise, the rest of this build looks good, yeah. Nothing really to say. Frostbite for more multi-shot and crit damage. You're already going to a high crit build here. Maybe go Galvanized Scope instead of Hammer Shot for the higher crit chance, just to get it rolling a little bit better, but it's not super needed. Not super needed. Okay, I'm gonna run a quick ad break, stretch my back, feed my cat, and then we're gonna do some relics. So sit tight, we'll be right back. That's a lie. I didn't say that I would stretch my cat and feed my bag. Stats aren't higher, over 100%. Yeah, sometimes the stats just don't show up properly inside mod link, so don't be too worried about that. All right, what do we got? We have a conjunction survival. Icicle, you want to join? Sure. Popcorn and Sprite. There's an alchemy on normal. Nah, we're not doing normal. No. Erzman, Halo, Knight, 35. Incarnate evolutions are not factored into config links? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a few things that don't transfer over. Where was I at with my Saren? Let's get this Saren re-finished out here. And Hema. And just get this Forma finished off on here. Normal? Nah, we're not doing normal. I'm not a big... I mean, for me, like, normal is, just because of enemy density, is a bit of a snooze fest for me these days. If we had higher enemy density in normal, I'd be more down for that. 700 armor. My Saren has 603. You're right, I only have 630. Why do I only have 630 on here? Oh, it's because I had armor shard on here. Which I, for the thing. Because I was using the melee shards here. Okay, Cardi, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Gara? Don't think so, no. Okay, yeah, nothing majorly in there. Important. When they push the patch, I'll look up those mod names to see if there's anything there that's interesting. Oh, I think my armor, it's because I'm also under-leveled. That's why my armor is low. I'm not at max level yet, so I think her armor goes up with levels. Can fully spawn the modulars that, no, but fully can summon, summon the ghost child, which will go and find the keys every once in a while. We got anything over this way? Not this way. What about this way? That way. Nothing over there? Oop, nothing over there? Okay. Max stacks of impetus? 13 normally. I don't remember if Tau and Void count for it or not. And I think even with Tau and Void, it would be 14 because of... because of... It doesn't count with Zatas, if I remember correctly, so only Zaku can have that. And you can't get Tau on Zaku. Because it's not technically the ability applying the Tau status effect, or the Void status effect. Not this way. And I think that's kind of part of the limitation to it. Varuna? Yeah, Varuna is 13. And Varuna will put all 13. That's the other side of it. Because her 3 will apply all 13. Hey Tazzy, how you doing today? Yeah, this is a better room. Oh, you found something even better, did you? Let's go find out. What do we got? Yeah, it's a fine room. Okay, head over to the waypoint there, peeps. I'm gonna go see if I can find us a speed up tool. Tau or Void. Right. Either or. I'm just gonna pop the thingy here. Ping bypasses? Yep, that's why I came back here to summon and cast it. That's why I wander back this way. Yeah, Tau's only available for that, and Void status effects is only possible on Zaku, so they're the only ones who can get 14. Memory serves correctly. You're stuck on 12? You should... that just might be bad luck, but you should be getting 13, possibly, with Varuna. Exalted Weapons as Whisper? Yeah, but that's not the ability applying the Void status effect, and Impetus is specifically the ability, right? It might work with Nova? Because the whole neutron star shenanigans. Maybe would work on Nova, but don't actually know. Eh. Hey, artist, how you doing today? Hey, speed up tool. Okay. 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 Truna, how you doing? Welcome on in. Okay, let's hang out in this room here, peeps. Hey Truna, how you doing today? Welcome on in. How was your stream? What'd y'all get up to today? Hope you had a good time. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe. I make content on Warframe. Getting your carpets replaced. Ooh. Thanks for getting that shout out, mods. Appreciate you. It was good. Just doing some of Dave the Diver. Ooh, fun. Fun. Well, welcome on in. As I said, my name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Now, Tunana, sorry if I'm dyslexic. If you got a raid and run, you are more than welcome to, but if you want to hang out, you are absolutely also more than welcome to. For everybody else, once we get done with this mission here, we will get a little bit of a giveaway going to thank you for the raid, because that's what we like to do around these parts. Halo, why don't we, wander on over here? Do amps count towards mastery? Yes. You have to guild them, though, in order to get that. Halo. Halo over here, Halo. Come along. Kind of sleep deprived, stayed up most of the night moving carpets. No worries, all good in the hood. We chill. Always appreciate my YouTube shorts. Oh, good, I'm glad you like them. Glad somebody likes them. I'm kidding. Only the head? Yeah, it's the barrel or whatever the hell it's called. Prism, yeah, that's what it is. That's the word we looking for. That's the word. Ooh, that new song from TennoCon. Oh, I love jazz music. Oh, so good. Die, please. Thank you. TennoCon was so sick. Yeah, I was so glad to be there. Tuna, were you at TennoCon by chance? Sorry if I didn't meet you there. Yeah, sure. Duckies. You find so much cool inspiration for random weapons in your videos? Good! That's the way it should be. You should always take the builds as inspiration to make something cool yourself. That's the best way to use a content creator's stuff. Fireball! What's up? Pass each other on the floor? Ah! See, because there's so many people, I apologize if we didn't get to meet. Oh, it was more of I was wondering if Tunana was there or not. That's what I wasn't 100% certain on. Because not everybody can make it to TennoCon, even though Warframe creators do get invites to TennoCon. Not everybody can always make it there. So that's always the question. Well, I apologize that we didn't get to meet. Please, next year, if you make it, do not be shy. Come say hello. Yeah, for instance, Fen didn't make it this year, sadly. Remember, you should have just told Roxy. It's like, no, your cousin's wedding doesn't matter. I have to go be a nerd. No, I love meeting people at TennoCon, especially meeting fellow creators. It's one of the coolest things is just getting to see everybody. Selfish, how much? I hate you so much. My community harasses me with puns. Don't apologize, there were so many people and you only got to meet like a few folks, everything else is running around doing. Yeah, that's the other thing is like, you end up just like, there's networking events that you have to go to, hanging out with people, you just end up being like, I don't have enough time this weekend. Oh no. There were so many times where I was like, I want to hang out with this person, but then we just didn't be able to like make things meet up properly because just time and stuff. And just like, there's so many other like events and people to catch up with and all that jazz. And just like, oh my lord. Time with me. Rawr. Rawr. But I love TennoCon. I can't wait to go back next year. I've already got Sunday and Thursday. You're only there to be there. Yeah, so for the creators, usually on Thursday there's something. And then on the Sunday there's the hangs at the park. EDM and jazz? Oh, please. Please. Sign me up. Kuva Harpak? I'd be super down for that. What do you call a fake noodle? An impasta? I hate you so much. I hate you all so much. My chat rage baits me with puns. They're jerks. Suddenly starts brooding, tower on economy. I've heard of the old war. True. Metal, and this year with the crazy orchestral performance art. You know what? Honestly, with DE and with the crazy person that is Beth, who the F knows? That's kind of the problem, is like Beth is just like, I feel like doing this time. So we're gonna do this time. We love Beth in this house. Okay, good. We're finally formed out. Already saving and planning around next year's. Just gotta pray there's a vacancy in hotels nearby that you can book. I have got really bad news. You really need to be looking at hotels now. Next year, Rock the Park is happening the same weekend as TennoCon. So between the two, hotels are already looking insane. If anyone's looking to go to TennoCon as a creator, you should really be looking at hotels already. Especially for creators, because we get the tickets as a part of the creator program. Ah! So just as a heads up. Thank you. I'm dying because I'm not paying attention. Also, I don't have Blessing on here. I really should have Blessing on here. Specific interaction, Sarah and the Hema, just weapon you enjoy. I'm using the Hema as my healing for persistence build. Because regenerative molt isn't enough healing for persistence build. And I'm not playing well. Enemies? Thank you. Axie? How do you regen the amount of casts on Veruna's 4 with her augment Ulfrin's Endurance? Without the augment, you can't. That's the big problem with the ability and the limitation to the ability. How does it work exactly? Get kills with slash effects, enemies affected by slash effects. It can be slash effects from her 3 or her, from her 2 or from her 4. If I remember correct. It should be a part of the ability? Absolutely should, yeah. No, I'm with you. It 10,000% should be a part of the ability. The fact that it's not a part of the ability is honestly a little bit of a disappointment to her. I won't lie. Volt is very shocking. I hate you so much. How many augments should be part of the abilities at this point, if you're being honest? Honestly, there's not like a huge amount. I would say there's probably like, I can think of maybe 5 out of all the different augments out there. Like Kome's augment for her 2nd, that should be part of the base ability. Honestly, I think Frost's Icy Avalanche should be part of the base ability, but that's mainly not necessarily because of, like, any specific reason. Mainly just because of augment bloat on him. But even then, on Frost, I'm usually just using 2 augments. I'm using Icy Avalanche and Biting Frost. I tend to not use Freeze Force all that much. It's not that it's bad, it's just unnecessary the way I play it. Equinox is another frame that I think has augments that really should be part of the base kit as well. I'm in complete agreement with that one too. Okay, we are looking towards extract here in a second, peeps. Magnetized discharge? Even then, magnetized discharge is more of a... It's not like a need to have. Oh, violence. Hey! Don't bounce me in the air like that. It's rude. Come here, dweeb. Come here, dweeb. Where'd you go? Come back. Okay, ready to extract. Flee for your lives. Volatile recompense? Well, volatile recompense has like a severe downside that you can still get one shot through it. Right, that's kind of the problem with recompense. Or volatile recompense, you can still get one shot through the ability. Or through the helmets. Or augment. I'm good at words. I do be good at words sometimes. Ooh, Garo. Shrek has been added to Brawlhalla? Huh. Weird. Well, it's more of, that's the only real reason to use the augment. No, the real reason to use the augment is that it's constant overguard generation, right? That's the big reason to be using the augment, is that it's a constant source of overguard. Have I been enjoying your puns? I'm surviving your puns. Oh, look, it's a May. Gee, go to my squad. Hey, Dalen, how you doing today? What's up? Dun, 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 dun. A Valkyr? Sure. All right, to thank Tunanana for the raid. Type exclamation point join for a Valkyr Prime set. Anybody is welcome to join. Type exclamation point join. It's only in Twitch chat, so if you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description, pop on over to Twitch to get in for the giveaway. For a Valkyr Prime blueprint package. Yes, everybody is able to join if you want to, even the mods, if they're crazy. Oh, that felt good. Natman, Navara, what you got? Low duration, high efficiency, precision intensified to lock into the 4. Dispensary for the health and energy orbs. Multi-augmented crepuscular, precision. Bonus element for the Kuva Ogress. Probably, I mean, the 4 best elements, kind of depending on your personal preferences, heat, toxin, electric, and magnetic are the ones that I always recommend. Don't forget that you can always use your elemental vice to swap it out as necessary. So one thing to note here is you are over-spec'd on efficiency here, with Streamline and Fleeting Expertise both being at max rank. So this plus this is 190. You can only get 175 efficiency. So, and you could gain back 10% duration by downranking Fleeting Expertise. Typically you run both of these, one from the top, if you want to have 175 efficiency. So that's what I would probably recommend you do. And then you'll gain back 10% duration, and you will have the exact same amount of efficiency, which will decrease the amount of energy drain that Prowl takes. Also, you'll be generally just invisible the whole entire time, so maybe instead of Vitality, go into Rolling Guard just to cleanse status effects when they pop onto you. And Rifle Amp just isn't that great these days. I probably wouldn't recommend using Rifle Amp. Because generally speaking with Ivaro, you're trying to land those headshots for the bow. You might want to go into Worthy Camaraderie instead, giving you extra critical chance on weak point hits. Is another thing I would recommend on here. Otherwise, everything else here looks fine. Nothing really to say. But yeah, downranking these two, if you got spares, highly recommended. Structural Serration, Chamber, Point Strike, Speed Trigger. So you're generally aiming for, I would probably not use this. You have both Merciless here and Spectral Serration. So I'd probably drop that here. You want to be landing these headshots, so, and you don't necessarily need this extra base damage here, because again, you have it here, and you have it over here. There's a Corrupted mod that's better. It gives you 200% critical chance instead of 120, so I'd also recommend that. Instead of Magnetic, I would go Blast, so I'd switch this to Heat. Which then you can use, if you want to do Blast Electric, then you can do Blast Electric here, or if you want Magnetic Blast, then you can put the single mod slot for Blast here instead. I would also recommend Vile Acceleration, because on bows you get 2 times. So instead of what, speed triggers 60%, you would be, so 120 with Vile Acceleration, you'd be getting 180, so it would be 60% extra fire rate on your bow. So those are a few areas that I would recommend some improvements on that. You are going in the right direction though. Verona. Fast Deflection, Ulfrin's Overextended, Prey, Impetus, Multi-Augmented. The only thing I would say here is that if you're not using the mecha set, Crepuscular. Crepuscular now actually works with her 4 and her 1 combo. They fixed that. So you'd be losing 30% power strength, but then you would be gaining critical damage into Ulfrin's Descent / Ulfrin's Endurance. So the only thing I would say is I would drop Multi-Augmented for Arcane Crepuscular on here. Run this status immunity on here, so that you don't get randomly gibbed. The other thing that you might want to think about doing is Brief Respite, since you are going to be casting a bunch of abilities for shield gating, just for extra survivability. That's the only thing I would really say. Maybe catalyzing shields instead of Fast Deflection. Brief Respite, for that whole tech. 6 of one, half dozen other there, though. But otherwise, looks good. Sumi! Sicarus! Hellblade! You gonna drop, but you really do enjoy your content? No worries, Drac. Hope you had yourself a good day. Hellblade! What's your in-game name? Say something! You're surprised you won? Congratulations, you won. Already pretty high for what's left in walking distance. Yeah, there is one of the hotels isn't accepting bookings until January, near the Canada Life place, Fen. So maybe keep an eye on that. I forget what the hotel's called, and I don't remember if we have any. If I have any, you might want to just reach out to some of the friendos to see if they have any spare rooms. I think some people have already grabbed, or spare beds, I should say. I think some people have already grabbed. What are you doing here, Ursman? And Valkyr. One ammo case? Not even an ammo drum? What the? What the fuck? What the? So rude. Also, you go get some lunch? No worries, Tunana. I hope you have yourself an excellent sleep. Or excellent lunch. And sleep. Eventually, when you go to sleep, you know. But it's like 6 kilometers away. Yeah, it's, like I said, Rock the Park is happening that weekend too, so it is going to be a little bit of hell to get hotels for this time, unfortunately. Sumi, going back to your Sicarus here. What do you got on here? Crit chance, toxin, minus zoom. Yeah, perfectly fine. Gives you viral. Vile electric is a good combination. Deadhead for the extra headshot, and then the electric gets the headshot damage. Merciless gunfight. So the only thing that I haven't tested is if they finally fix the Sickers and Karnan splitting going to headshots like it is on the dual tox assist. And I haven't gone to test that because there is one really good evolution on here that's just like never worked. What one is it? Oh, oops. King's Gambit. This never worked properly. Katie, how you doing, Katie? This thing just never worked properly, unfortunately. Because on the ricochets, it wouldn't go for headshots. I don't know if they ever fixed that or not. Okay, we just gotta run a quick ad break. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per ads. See in a second. How am I doing? Not too shabby. We got a mod, can we get a shout out for Katie, please? Thanks, Iron. Appreciate you. So, I mean, otherwise your build here looks fine. The only thing I would say Merciless Gunfight's perfectly fine on here, Sumi. Magnetic Might would be the other one. And instead of magazine capacity, 60-60 here. Right? You don't really need magazine capacity, especially if you're playing for the Incarnate. Why is my belly so itchy today? My belly is so itchy. It requires nom-noms. And same with this. Ammo maximum doesn't really matter a whole lot for it, especially if you're playing for the Incarnate. Let's wait for this ad break to be over. Do we got a Cascade by chance? Cascade! Oh. Hey, Graf. Oh, shit. Account locked? Complete the gas gambit to unlock this act? The game's calling me out. Those bastards. I do need to do that quest. I've been putting it off for far too long. One of these days, I'll get it done. That's the only quest I haven't done. Didn't you need to do it because, yeah, I need to do it because of, QTCC. Yeah. So, I'll get it done. Get it done before this QTCC. Hey, the Saren short was a part of the QTCC stretch goal. It got done. I just did it. You're welcome. I think the Glass Gambit's the only one that I still have to do. You're ringing your shame bell? That's fine. You don't have a bell. Even though you're from Belgium, you should have a bell. Huh, that's kind of cool. That's weird, Lost Knife. But not in a bad way. Like in a good way weird. I like that. Weird. You'll go to the Belfry? Does Belgium have a lot of belfries? Yes? Huh. Look at that. You're staring at one? Are you, though? Like Max just jumped in a box. Or assaulted a box. One of the two. What's the best Fisher mission? I mean, I feel like that's very subjective. Omni Fisher missions are generally the best, at least in my opinion. You know what? I haven't played Wisp in a long time. Yeah, let's do this Wisp with like... Hey, Brady. Cascade is always good. It kind of depends on personal preferences. Like Cascade is very strong, very good run. Captures, if you're just looking to like burn stuff and just go through it, captures are always good. Omnia Relics, anything that's an Omnia is usually good. Alchemy is my favorite, but it's super much a personal preference thing more than anything else. Okay, who wants to join for a Omni Murmur Survival? Who would like to join? Lost Knife? Ooh. Dalen. Dalen, let me know when you're online. Sumi. Sumi, can you remind me what your in-game name is? I know I just had a PM from you, but I close it when I'm done. I don't know if you showed me Cobb. No. TSU. Thank you, Sumi. Appreciate ya. Do I want to sit or do I want to keep standing for a while? No, I'll keep standing for a while. I needed to get back into the habit of standing. Oh, you know what I should do? Help with my posture. Oh, that's the good shit right there. You're in, Dalen? Okay. One moment. Kestrel grip. Yes, if I have one, absolutely. Icicle, I will get the boy his treat in just a moment. Kestrel prime grip. I have lots of those. Oh my lord, do I have lots of those. Jeez. Where's the boy's treat bag? There we go. Do 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 do. I roll up my back more often. Hey, Mizuki. How you doing? What's up? Is this my caster hybrid? I think it is. Why even finish all my blinking nodes? Because I don't need to. Just like most things in Warframe, I don't feel like it. I'm lazy. I mean, this is a fine room. Let's see if we can find ourselves something better, though. See if we can find something a little bit better over here. Yeah, that's a dead end. You're also a dead end. Neat! Not at all. Anything over this way, assuming? I like this room better. It's a little bit more spread out. Got a little bit of room to move around in and do stuff. I always forget how much fire rate Wisp gives you. The giant robot spider. Not again. How much fire rate do you need? All of it. Unfortunately, we have some hallway heroing going on here. So our reactant is in weird spots. Send you a pic of the giant robot spider. Spiders. There's some reactant down here. Squad for your 10. Beam. Beam. You enjoy large spiders? You must love Araxia. Be gone. Attack speed from Warcry 2? Yup. If this is a melee horror, they're having a grand old time with us. Wisp modes, plus Warcry, plus penance. Zoom. Zoom, zoom. Wouldn't the arcane for health tanking work on Wisp? You would need an outside source of healing. The health modes don't give you enough health per second to fully sustain whatchamacallit, but like also jumping in to go invis plus like an outsource, like a small outside source of healing would be perfectly fine on her, yeah. Because I think, what, right now I have 112 health a second, so you would need another sort of source of healing there. Okay. Fan, are you still here? Shoot me a DM on Discord. Hey, look, we got it! Streamer man! Streamer luck! Hey, yo! Oh, right, your stats weapon. Oh. Oh. Sorry, give me a hot second here. Just trying to help Fen out with a problem. While I'm streaming, multitasking man, do multitasky things. Sorry, back here. I'm playing the mission now. I'm back. Sorry. Wisp things. Just sit in the Healy thing and you'll probably be fine. Until Jade Beam? Okay, well, until a Jade Beam, I would be fine, yes. Sal on a 5-stream streak. Heck yeah, Sal! Heck yeah, buddy! You like gnomes? Burgling gnomes? Breach surge. Where's the reactant? Cascade is not up. Oh man. Who earns? Hey, you got reactant over here? Yeah, there's a reaction over here. Dalen just wandered over here and then there's a reaction in the other room. It's like, oh, what the fuck? I saw that look on your face, Dalen. You're like, oh man, that's so far away. I was just there. I saw that look of, oh man. Did that drop before or after I was just there? Oh, sweet, I can fit in that tight hole. Beam! Huh? What's up? Bam, bam, bam. What's up, Card? What's up? What's going on? Both of you, Cardi and Echo. What's going on? What? What? What's wrong? Beam. Beam. Hell? Ah, sounds like I'll be in good company then. Beam. Oh, that is a giant mechanical spider. Weird. What the hell? Was it moving? Or was it stationary? That moved? I feel like that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Cannonball! Bah! Bah! What's a lawsuit? Great question, Google. Oh, Iron, can you do me a favor? Do you mind Googling the problem for me? And let me know when it shows up for you. Just a random necromex hanging out there. You know, I kind of forgot how just chill this Wisp build is. Streamer power, solving problems for the friends. I love it. We love to see it. No, not that. I meant the Zenosfire controversy. Iron, I love you so much for that. That brought me so much happy. Says you don't have any? Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's showing up for not just me. I want to make sure it's showing up for other people now. Because it's not showing up for me anymore, so it seems like the nice lawyer people did the nice lawyer things. That's actually what you thought you wanted to do? Yeah, that's that, yeah. You know, the problem that I'm facing. Huh. Hiya! It finally stopped raining. You just summoned more rain. You know that's how that works. You just summoned another torrential downpour. Flash flood watch. Please be careful, Icicle. Please be careful. Always listen to the nice weather people when they say be careful of crazy storms and stuff like that. Don't get flashed. Or do if it's consensual. I'm not gonna tell you to live your life. There's no controversy. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that, it's showing up as such. That the nice lawyers did their job properly, because it's not just me. Okay, cool. Thank y'all. Appreciate you. Pedro Henrique Portella. Hi, how you doing? Spending hours all day fixing damaged storms, doing to your front yard. It's getting really frustrating. Oh no. That's the one nice thing about living in an apartment building. I don't have to deal with that. I do have to deal with, like, really bad winds, though. Which are, like, annoying, but that's about it. You have Pop-Tarts? Man, I want Pop-Tarts. Did you bring enough for the class? Huh? Did you bring enough for the class? No? Well, no Pop-Tarts allowed then. You know the rules. What am I stuck on? Stupid railing. Mint? Pop-Tarts? That sounds weird. Ground shed with rail spikes and concrete after it blew over from crazy winds a few months ago. Oh my lord. Firing Grand Void, trying to get the weapon parts and Protea. Ooh, good choice. Don't forget, there's also a Protea Prime, so if you're looking for just the frame and not the helmet, it might be a little bit easier to try to find a group to help you farm the Prime. But if you're looking to farm the helmets, obviously you need to do the normal frame. Obviously. Hey, you. Oh, you know what? I forgot I had my Sycros on. It didn't matter. You like After Eights? After Eights are delicious, it's true. It does move. That's so weird. Like the Girl Scout cookies, it's still a little weird to me. I feel like mint shouldn't be a prop tart. Doing the helmet, already got Protea fully built. Perfect. Just wanted to make sure. We get a lot of new players around here, Pedro, so I always want to make sure that people know about that stuff so that they don't end up, you know, being like, I can't get this frame! So I always like to double check and remind people about ye old helmeting. Granted, it's an old foundation, was kind of butts, but also flew into the neighbor's yard. It's now your problem, neighbors. Enjoy. Necrons look so dope. Oh, Dawn of War 4? Are they going like back to full RTS? Or are they doing that squad thing that they did with like Dawn of War 3? Space Marines. You know, little nerdy. Oh, was the squad base too? Okay. Little nerdy Zenosfire playing Warhammer would have never thought that Warhammer would be getting this popular when little nerdy Zenosfire was older. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Did a lot of invasion missions trying to get Gauss. Ooh. But Gauss is from disruption missions. Oh no. Oh no. Internet cafes to play the OG Dawn of War. Oh, that was good. I just had a giant robot try to attack me. Return to form, full RTS. That's good to hear. That was always, like, I'm not good at RTSs at all, but I do like, Dawn of War. I'm very not good at RTSs. You said the wrong mission name? Okay, good. Whew. I was gonna say, oh no. Oh no. I was worried. I try to look out for the Tenno and be like, oh no. Poor Tenno. Going back to Kronos? Why is it always Kronos? I don't know, Space Wizards. Definitely not Thousand Suns. Legally distinct, not Thousand Suns Warhammer company. Chapter. Used to be good at Persistent 1 Zerg Rush in the original StarCraft. Yeah, I'm better at, like, I'm not good at microing like that. I'm good at strategy stuff, but just the speed of microing I'm not good at. So, like, things like turn-based were more my forte. Kronos? Oh, sorry. Sea rabbits! What's up? Hey up. Brigin! Aha, Brig! You wonderful soul, you. How you doing? Hi, Brigand. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Have to raid and run? No worries. You go raid and run. You are more than welcome to. But for everyone else who came in with Brigand, welcome on in. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe and make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Brigand, as always, you're welcome to raid and run as you said you needed to do. But for everyone else, sit tight. What we like to do around here whenever we get to raided, to thank the kind people for sharing their communities, we like to do a little bit of a giveaway. So we'll get that giveaway going in just a little bit. We are heading to Extract Nerds. Ruka! Sorry, I probably mispronounced that. Hi, how's it going? 40k Total War. I am really excited for 40k Total War. I've never really played the Total War games, but I am excited to give that one a try because I do like Warhammer 40,000. And I remember the Warhammer Total War. Oh no, the hiccups. Oh no. The Warhammer Total War was very well loved. So I'm hoping that they do a good job with 40k Total War. Well, it's a slower paced RTS. Right? Total War at the very least, like I've never played it, but just sort of watching it, it's a slower paced RTS, so I'd probably be fine with that. Just theoretically at least. The battles are RTS, yeah, but even the battles are a slower paced RTS, like whereas StarCraft is a much more faster paced RTS. So that's what I mean. Like the actual battles are relatively slower paced, at least from what I remember watching like a bunch of different creators play Total War. But as always, could be wrong. Gladius, Relics of War. You know, I probably should give that a try. But what if you're right? Oh, probably not. It's me. I'm never right. Stropa is not a guaranteed blueprint drop from Jackal. No, it's not. It's a very good weapon, though, but no, it's not a guaranteed. Huh. 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 Nope, no cascade. Disappointed. Okay, it's time to sit. It can be a little bit pricey. I mean, most games are a little bit pricey unless you're playing a fantastic free game by the names of Warframe, which does not have any price to it. Completely free other than your sanity. Oh. Your sanity. You had that at one point in time in your life, probably. A Weesp! Alright, to thank Brigand for the raid, type exclamation point join. Everybody, anybody is welcome to join for a Wisp Prime blueprint set. Type exclamation point join to get in. Okay, good. TikTok has finally figured itself out. That's nice to see. Just berating a friend. Fuck you, you fucking shitty fucking, you fucking fuck. Because they just told me something that's actually really useful. I can't believe that I didn't know about it until now. What is it? Something to do with DaVinci that I didn't know about. It's gonna save me a lot of time. Well, I mean, not a lot of time, but like a chunk of time. It's gonna save me like 3 minutes a day, but as you know, all of those stack up. Free stuff? Yeah, Wisprime. To thank Brian for the raid. Type exclamation point join. That time does add up? Yeah, that's kind of the big thing, right? The other thing that I need to finally do with, well, it's 3 minutes in a short. Or actually, it's probably longer than 3 minutes in a short. It's probably more like 4 or 5 minutes in a short. So. It could be useful. Could be useful. But the other thing I really need to do with DaVinci is PowerShell? No, not PowerShell. Power bin. That's the thing I need to get better at with DaVinci is power bin. Good luck to whoever gets the wisp. Well, you can join if you want to. It's only on Twitch chat though. So if you want to join the giveaway, just swing on over to Twitch. So the link is in the description for you. Anything just cortisol inducing with the news today? Oh, good. Yes, already. Very nice. Very good. All right. I should have stopped looking at the news. That was very bad of me. Oh, that was a waste of my time. I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. Shouldn't have looked at the news. Shouldn't have looked. Makes me so upset. Yeah, I gotta learn power bins. That'll save me a lot of time for like just for doing all of the all of the like drop shadows and Gaussian blurs and stuff like that. So I gotta learn all that because that'll actually save me like 15 to 20 minutes a day on a short. Well, maybe not 15 to 20 minutes. Probably about those, yeah. Filters, effects, presets, yeah, it's mainly like drop shadow and Gaussian blur. So I have to go in and do Gaussian blur on every single thing, setting it to 0.05 or whatever the hell I set it to. Lost knife point! Congratulations, you never get to say that you didn't win something before. Did the game give us a cascade? Not yet, at least. Not yet. Maybe. Ammo drums! Okay, not as useful as I thought it would be. Why ammo drums specifically? Community meme more than anything. You can die happy. Ooh, bad news. Mods? You know what? Cobb, that looks really cool. I don't know what specifically you were going for with it, but I do like it. Murmur theme? Oh yeah, it's kind of murmur theme. The sandy color on there. Yeah. I see what you're going for. Hello, Zenos. Currently making a lot of weapons and getting your mastery up. Your question is, are there certain weapons that you should be keeping before destroying? Do you have a video on helping new players like you not make a mistake? Okay, so Quaggy Char. Hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yes, there are certain weapons that you should not sell. Specifically, the list on that website link. Go to that website link. There are some weapons that are used as crafting ingredients for other weapons. And the Zoras. So if a quest gives it to you, do not sell it. Highly recommended. If a quest gives you, do not sell it. It will be a mistake. You will regret it because it's very frustrating to try to get that back. It's just frustratingly annoying to try to get it back if there's a weapon that a quest gives you. Keep those. That list there has a lot of weapons that are used as crafting ingredients for other weapons. And sometimes you'll need to like craft more. So for instance, like the Boltor, what's the pistols? What's the pistols? Bolto. The Boltos are used in like are used in like 4 different blueprints. So like you'll need to craft, or like I think the Boltos is a market one. Bolto. No, so like you'll need to craft like a bunch of Boltos, right? You can buy the blueprint from the market board and then just keep crafting them. But you'll need like a bunch of those because they're like for the Actagara, the Bolto, Bolto, the yeah. So it's like a bunch of things there. So it'd always be like, yeah. Don't sell mission rewards. Yeah, like I said, if a quest gives it to you, do not sell those. English hard, very accurate. Actagara, Bolto, and Hystrix. Yeah, exactly. So, like, take a look at that list. Make sure you don't sell any of those. That's a very good list to have. It also indexes, like, it caches your selection here, and it has, like, a little checklist here. Right? You can click little checklists, and it will cache this as long as you don't clean out your cache on the website. So, super recommended. This is a very, very little useful tool that exists on the wiki. See? You can like check this off, and then you can hit refresh, and then it keeps it there. See? So, super useful tool. If you do decide to sell a weapon, make sure you max rank it first. That as well, yes. The other thing I would say is anything that, if you look up what incarnans are, someone else mentioned it, anything that has an incarnan, I wouldn't sell. Because especially, and I would not sell any prime weapon. So like those are the other conditions of things that I would not sell. Also farming, the miter was suffering. Yeah, the miter was a little bit frustrating for me too, yeah. You sell weapons with incarnants if you don't enjoy the incarnate on the weapon. Yeah, I would still say like just in cases, right? But they may not be at the point where they can farm incarnants yet. So like, you know, if you're not at the point where you can farm incarnants, just save them if they have an incarnate for now. You'll figure out if you like it later, but just like keep it. And as someone else said, make sure you never sell anything that has a that comes from a quest that has an incarnate, That's used for parts and to always make sure you max level them out before you sell them. Because your account level, aka your mastery level, is based off of the amount of things that you level in the game. So that's weapons, warframes, companions, companion weapons, etc., etc., etc. So, those are the big things I'd recommend. Other than that, always come back for more help, and thank you for the follow. If you have any more questions, you need any more help, you're always welcome to come back. Huh? We're always here to help. And before, like, and so this is another thing, just like in case anyone's thinking about this, I always give help for free. You do not need to sub or donate. I just like to give people help. I like people to understand this game better. Some people feel like, oh, I'll go ask a question. Oh, I should pay the person for answering my question. No, no, no. You don't need to do that. No, no. Don't do that. 5 gifted subs for help? Lord, no. Abs, Gara. Probably not steel fiber. She's not really a armor-based frame. You're generally surviving through the damage reduction from her 2 / just murdering everything. Probably be looking more towards shield gating on here rather than armor tanking. So probably get rid of all 3 of these. And like you could go catalyzing shields, rolling guard, auger, brief respite, that type of stuff. It's probably what I would do on here. You already got an Augur Secrets here, so you're already on your way for that. I would also say that more range is another thing that you should look at. Higher range is very strong on this frame because it affects this and this and this. So higher range is certainly where I would go. So I'd be looking at like high range, high strength. And keep in mind that this does activate Arcane Sculptor. And you're going to be casting it because you have this. So this does activate Arcane Sculptor, so you don't need to care about your efficiency, and it also helps with your energy economy too. Other than that, looks all good. Gonna take a break. Farming Void Granum Jackal repeatedly make your brain tired. Well, you just sit back and relax then. Don't you worry. You just chill out, friendo. They need to give us a fire rate arcane. We have lots of fire rate arcanes. There's lots of them. What are you talking about? Yeah. Accelerations, fire rate, velocities, fire rate. Okay, well, there's at least 2 of them. I do know that there is more of them, though. What did you do with your last flawed ammo drum? Hang it on the wall. Shattered Lash. Okay, so you had Archon Stretch on there, but you do not have Electric on here, so you need to use a companion to activate your Archon Stretch abs. Tempo, yeah, Tempo's another one, but for some reason it wasn't showing up there. I also, just because of the high range of the ability, I prefer to go Prime Pressure Point over Condition Overload is where I generally go. Using Dirija with Manifold Bond and Arc Coil, okay. So I'll activate Archon Stretch as well. Then, yeah, you aren't going super high into range, so you should be fine here to use Condition Overload rather than Prime Pressure Point. Probably would be looking at crit chance, crit damage. This is a very good crit side of things. So, like, I would think about maybe you have double heat, you have double toxin, so crit chance, crit damage. And same with this guy, crit chance, crit damage. I personally would keep the 60/60s, so I would get rid of those, actually. But I would look at, like, it doesn't go super high into crit, but I would recommend some more crit chance. It's very nice. Mod gas of the Vidaria, would the lightning strikes also apply gas? To my recollection, yes. How much HP do you need for max Bellicose? 29 something, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's pretty. I like that, Abs. That's kind of cool. That's a little bit different. I like. Protea? Oh, Last Knife. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. I think this would look good with the Lotus Signa. With that helmet, because it would go blend into the little side hair pieces. 3,000? Yeah, I think it's like 29 something. 29 and change. 100 health. Synax. Also, hey, Kioi. 2980 because of rounding. There you go. I think you showed this one already, but still looks very nice. So, like, effectively 3,000, but, you know. 6 of one, half dozen another. Jade Star's Neutron Star. Wow. Yeah, nothing to say here. Maybe some range on here would do you well, though. Some range on here would do you well. You could offload Equilibrium to Equilibrium Shards, and then some range, just to make Jade Stars and Null Stars hit more stuff. You're also running very low energy, so you might have offloaded your energy supply to your shards as well. So that's another area of potential pain points there. Otherwise, I think that's all fine. Nothing really to say on here. You're gonna have, like, possibly some survivability issues, being, like, the fact that you don't have, like, a rolling guard and regenerating your shields, but if you kind of have a plan for that already, you should be fine. You do get 90% damage reduction from that, and you got concentration here for more stars and more duration and everything, so it should be fine. But just keep in mind that survivability may become a problem here. You may want to drop Transient Fortitude also for, like, a rolling guard or something like that. Like, I see this guy and this guy being potentials to optimize a bit more. So, like, you could go, you know, rolling guard on one and flow on another, and then offload Equilibrium Shards, right? Is an option for you. Strength is very good here, though. It's not bad in it by any stretch of the means. Basically red, black, and gold on almost everything. You know, it's the best tool for getting better at fashion. You just go to an appearance, and you just hit random until you get something that you sort of like, and then you make some adjustments from there. Ivara Prime for Archimedia. I don't really play Ivara all that much. I can show you what my Ivara is, but I'm not going to say that it's ready for Archimedia because I don't play her enough to give you any actual advice. Or become a streamer in yoink fashions. That too. So this is the build that I run. It's a concentrated arrow build, so I don't know how good it'll be for Archimedia. Crepuscular and Energized are those two. Roar over the two, and basically just a invis roll around, shoot people with bows, aim for headshots, shenanigans. Again, don't know how good it would be, but, and then this is the build here. Primary compression, because this is multiplicative on the bow, so it gives you multiplicative damage. And then Spectral Serration for your base damage on top of that. Yeah, compression. Yep. And then Blast Electricity for the elements on here. How well that'll work in Archimedia, no idea. But it do be existing. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. And then we'll take a look at what Black Shadow has sent over. Me Vikings? Something along those lines? How you doing? Thanks for the follow. Leaves on the ground. Ha pa pa. Ha pa 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 pa. Ha pa 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 pa. Ha pa pa pa. Man, what? What now? What are you complaining about? Huh? What are you complaining about? You know what? I kind of want to play that funny Ureli build. Ballistica. Sure. Oh. Before, but how do you reason between gas and blast on melees? If you're going for influence, it doesn't really matter. I prefer gas. Because influence goes 20 meters out from where you applied the initial status effect, and 20 meters out from there. Leave lingering gas clouds. Enemies walk into the gas clouds, take damage. Either direction, it's perfectly fine, but I tend to prefer gas on my melees. Also because it allows you to take advantage of the primed toxin mod for melees. Not that it increases the gas cloud's damage, but it increases just your melee's damage. So that's generally what I do. Gonna make a sandwich. Oh man, I want a sandwich. I want a sandwich. Alright. Conjunction survival. Who's joining? Black Shadow, you said you wanted to join. I don't think I have any Gara blueprints, but you're welcome to join if you want to. Erzman, you were just with us, so you're on deck. Peanuts, you're not online. We're not, or maybe you are online, you're just not showing up on my friends list. You're just not showing up on my friends list. Yeah, I already shot you an invite, Black Shadow. Oh, can't deliver an invite to you. Oh, there we go. You got it now. Room for one. Conjunction survival. Steel pat. Room for one. Who'd like to join? I'm so sleepy today. You love dual viscous for influence gas because one electric 6060 gives it even split in size when it gas fair. Never even sent you a friend request? I thought you were on my friend's request. Yeah, alright. You're down to the last bow on Soulframe to level, then you need to use other weapons? You're just annoyed that Grendel's a small 2 HP off and the full bonus for Bellicose. Well, that do be how it do be. Alright, Erzman, no one else taking the spot. It's all you. What did you need, Black Shadow, again? What part were you looking for? Gara Prime Blueprint. No, I have no Gara Prime Blueprints. I got none of those. Link Vitality gives max HP to the companion based on the frames. It's good. Imagine it gave your frame HP. Oh my lord. Are you on the spectrum? I don't know, man. I'm a Warframe streamer, not a psychiatrist. All right, let's go. Find candies, win day. Ureli. Oh, we got the good room right off the bat. It's a good day. Hey, you. Hey. Over here, friendos. Come along. That moment where you do so much damage that you can't charge your Incarnate. Huh. Huh. Hey, you. Hey, hey. Wee, you're rally. Warframe's Telesto. It's me, Charlie. Man, look at all that relic juice. Relic juice. Does Grendel need adaptation? Depends on what you're doing with your adaptation. Or it depends on what you're doing with your Grendel. Are you doing like, whatchamacallit? Persistence? Caster Grendel? Yeah, but are you doing persistence? Because I mean, like with persistence, you don't necessarily need it. Then I would probably say persistence wouldn't be a bad life choice, or adaptation wouldn't be a bad life choice. Look at me, I'm your rally. I do so much damage stuff. Look at me, I've got a weird squid board. It's do squiddy things. Damage vulnerability is really good. Especially when it's multiplicative to itself and other sources. Go forth. Does Nourish cleanse, or is that only with the augment? With the augment. To my knowledge. I don't think it's the normal version. Well, the normal version gives you status immunity. So I don't know if it gives you a status cleanse. I don't think so. Eat my shots, nerd. Now, if only I could land my headshots to get my thing charged. Hey, look, Caliban. Just see like a horde of enemies float by. Eat my balls! I mean, I do shoot balls at people, it's true. I do ball shooty things. Radiates heat continuously? Well, I mean, he was stuck in the void. How else is he supposed to keep warm? I feel like that just makes sense. Oh, all my frame rates just disappeared. Interesting. Where'd all my frame rates go? Luke, what have you done with my frame rates? You're not Luke. Now you are? That's not how this works. I observed. You're sadly now dead because I checked to see if you were alive in the box. Sorry, that's how that works. It's just science. Man, I did not sleep well last night at all. I am really not here today. I need help. Why are you all just being so dweeby right now? Punks? Oh, you're a ghost. Well, that would do it. Any Speedy McGo-Go's? More Speedy! Whee! Hey, you. Get bald. Here's some more balls for you. Enjoy your balls. Hiya. Balls. Get bald on. Get more bald on. Candy. Oh, you're Merlina. Merlina, are you not casting your balls anymore? No, you are. Okay. I was gonna say, what are you doing with your life, Merlina? Man, why? I just could not sleep last night at all. I need to drink more coffee. I also need to fix my posture today. I have not been doing good on my posture, chat. I have been a failure. Once again. Pew, 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 pew. Hey, you want a ball? Whee! Any more speedy tools by chance? No, no speedums over here. Kind of surprised Mullerina hasn't died in a long time. Usually Mullerina tends to die very quickly. Any tips for Silva and Aegis? Oh man, that's a weapon that I wish was better. Honestly, probably... I hate to be that guy to say it, you're probably looking at just good old influence stuff on there. You're probably just looking at influence shenanigans. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Violence? Get out of here, you nerd. Hey, get out of here. Hey. I don't have a build for that there. Pedro here, now on Twitch. Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. Think about Jade Stars. Oh, Jade Stars is good. But at that point, that's just Kulovo, you know, making all melees good. So, like, is the weapon being good, or is it just Kulovo doing Kulovo things? Using Jade Stars plus Hotshot. You know what I mean? It would certainly, I mean, like, Kulovo makes all melees good, so it certainly wouldn't be bad. Like, it wouldn't be bad. But it's kind of one of those things of like, I'll have to take a look at the weapon stats. I haven't taken a look at the weapon in a long time, so when I get out of here, let me remind me and I'll take a look and give you any recommendations that I may have. Frost weapon form? Oh yeah, Frost is a great weapon platform too. For Blast, I mean, even without Frost for weapon platforming with Blast, Blast is just such a good status effect these days. Right? It just does so much damage now. Blast really did get a glow up. Hey, hey, that's a nullifier bubble. Hey, stop that. Hey. Stop that. Alright. Frost looking like a Shovel Knight? Ooh, that's fun. I do love, like, I don't understand a lot of people's cosplay because I don't really play a whole lot of other games, but I do like seeing other people's like, the cosplay-inspired fashion. Remove Heat Inherent? I agree. I think Heat Inherent should just be gone. Like, that's the camp I've been in. Is like, Heat Inherent is one of those things where it's just like, it's super finicky. We were talking about it earlier, Dark Knight. It's just like overly finicky. I personally think that it should be just removed. Because it's just, it's finicky for finicky sake, and it's not like we need more damage. It doesn't seem like something that is worth all of the extra effort in most cases in the game. Like, can it greatly increase your damage? 10,000%. Do I ever actually intentionally use it? Never. It just exists. Like, I'm with Pablo. Like, I think Heat Inherent should be, like, fixed or just, like, removed outright. And, like, the haters be damned. Is used by the vets? Well, I mean, it's more of, like, the very small amount of, you know, very vocal minority. And, like, I get where he's coming from. The very small amount of vocal minority gets really angsty anytime anything changes. What's Heat Inherent? So, if you put a dot on from a weapon with, like, a heat dot, and faction mods and stuff like that, it'll transfer over the effects from, like, the bonus heat damage and the bonus heat, and, like, the bonus faction mods to the abilities dots. So it inherits the heat bonuses that you give the, it inherits the bonus heat damage and faction damage from the weapons dots into the abilities dots. But it doesn't really work all that well, and that's kind of the problem. So kind of like stat sticking for certain abilities? Yeah, but it also doesn't work. There's like some frames where it works on, some frames where it doesn't. Some abilities where it works on, some abilities have complete counter synergies with it, where it overrides it. And it's just like, it's a finicky tech that was introduced into the game a long time ago. And like, it's cool for when you actually get it to work, but it just seems overly annoying for annoying's sake, you know what I mean? And there's nowhere in the game that is explained that that mechanic exists. I've also got a short on it, if you would like to watch it in short form for a full explanation. You can type exclamation Heat Inherent. What skin? Oh, I would love for those. Listen, when I was at DE's offices, when we saw those skins, well, I didn't see them at DE's offices, but I was at TennoCon and then was chatting with some of the DE staff. I'm like, y'all really I hope you're all ready for the horde of people asking you those for skins. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. It's all still just Warframe math, Iron. But it's kind of like, because they don't tell you information, it's a little bit hard. But Paul talks about it as just a bug. It's not really an engine optimization thing. It was kind of a mechanic that was introduced into the game to make heat, like, stronger. Like, either accidentally or purposely. But it's not really an engine optimization at all. That's what I know of, at least. If it's an engine optimization, I would love to find out how that optimized anything. Warframe is just a math game? Yeah. Yeah, Warframe is just a math simulator. Like, in cosplaying as a horde shooter. Man, I forgot how fun Ureli is. This would be better with the, like, the full crit build rather than the Enervate build. Oh, wait, I'm not using this as an Enervate build. Will they ever rework Chroma? I think eventually, but it's more of a question of when than if. Spaghetti Code to start off with, the dev might have thought, let us keep it. I can't remember what the actual lore is of it. I'm certain that there's info on it out there. But it's existed in the game. It's just kind of like, I just think that it should just go bye-bye. Well, D is just terrified of just getting... I think that they're over scared of getting review bombed again. You know, think like the Wukong stuff, think like that stuff. Like, I think they're just terrified of, like, that drama situation coming back again. Which, like, I understand. They don't want the extra stress of it all. Like, I do not blame them. But I do think that it's finally time just to... like, put the nail into the coffin in a few things and just accept that people are going to be upset. And, like, if they're going to be upset, they're going to be upset. And, like, I say this as a joke, but what else are they going to go play? Like, Warframe players are that stupid parrot meme from Ari the Parrot. I hate this thing! Eats the cracker. Ooh, it's delicious. So, while we're at it, nerf Wukong, return ammo reserves, AoE weapons. Well, I mean, we get so much ammo now these days, like, just dropping. If you just use an ammo, like, vigilante supplies or an ammo mutation, it's not even a problem anymore. Like, zero problems, actually. It's very fine. Even, like, just the Brahma, as long as you just move and, like, actually pick up stuff, there's no actual ammo economy issues on those weapons anymore. You just actually gotta move around. Feel like, people need a reminder that they're not the only people playing Warframe. Yeah. Yeah. Why game? Why? Spite. If you gift 5 subs, I'll ask Beth to turn the tap on. That's for legal reasons. This is a joke. I don't even know what you're doing. Have drank water? I should drink more water. You're not wrong. I died to drinking water. Well, I died to malice, and I knew it was malice, but I decided to drink water anyway and just accept my fate. Good joke. Can we get a few biddies for that one? Douche Lord, I appreciate you so much. Oh, Caliban. Any other frames that interact use dots as an ability mechanic in any way? What do you mean by that? I guess is my bigger question. Posture check. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, y'all. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. See you in a minute. A lot of old weapons got nerfed, like Catch Moon should be brought back to its original form. I mean, the thing is, the Catch Moon's actually really, really strong right now, Dark Knight. Because it's got multi-gun co. People are just kind of sleeping on it. Ever since the Galvanized mods came out, the Catch Moon's actually quite strong. Sweet, delicious multi-gun co. Like, it's still a very good weapon. Is it, like, anywhere close to where it was before? No! Is it still very strong? Yes! Take it for an example, 2 stacks, elements apply onto enemies. Hold on, let me reread what you said there. Take it for an example, the 2 stacks, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. All right, 2 extract. I got distracted by chat. Sure. Duckies. Hiya. Hiya. Kia. No. Hiya. Kia blue. Burp, burp, burp. GG. Nice and easy. Credit farm, the rework might ruin it. I mean, they would probably just leave the credit farm there. If I'm gonna be honest, Dark Knight. Like, that's not that hard to just leave. You just leave it. And then they can make some changes outside of that. Oh, a Forma. Kuva, donate, mulch resources. Ooh. You're welcome for that, chat. Your mind is now corrupted, can confirm. You spent too much time in the void. Ah! Damn it. Alright, Black Shadow, what you got? Dante. Noxious Swarm, Kamisado. Yeah, so I don't really know about Kamisado here, if I'm gonna be honest. I know that Kamisado activates off of Nocto's Swarm, but I don't really know how useful that is, if I'm gonna be real. Mecha Pulse? Why Mecha Pulse? I don't know if Nocto's Swarm gets bonus damage from Summoner's Wrath. Is one thing I haven't tested. I know that it activates Kamisado, but I don't know if it gets bonus damage from Summoner's Wrath. If it does, I mean, it might do some interesting damage, but yeah, it doesn't scale with range. It scales with duration, which is fine, but it doesn't really scale with range. What you have here, though, is not a bad build. I would say that probably the mecha set doesn't make a ton of sense, and I personally wouldn't go for Summoner's Wrath. It's not that it's a bad choice, it's fine. And I personally wouldn't go Kamisado again. Not that it's a bad choice, it's fine. Protea... Good duration, Avenger. So the only thing I would say is you don't really need Avenger here. The turrets can't crit, and Avenger doesn't apply to them, to the best of my knowledge. I'll do a quick wiki double check, but... Protea... I don't think the turrets can crit. No, so... I would say that you probably don't need Avenger there. Avenger isn't really doing a whole lot for you. If you have a hotshot, you might actually get more crit chance on your weapons with hotshot rather than Avenger. Molt augmented is fine. Another option though is arcane concentration to lock in more duration in a temporal anchor, and blaze artillery would be a solid choice too. Everything else here seems fine. Nothing really to say. Maybe a rolling guard for status cleansing so you don't just like get insta-gibbed. But should be fine. Oh, cool fashion, Black Shadow. Has the sun exploded? No. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. No, Crepuscular. So one thing to keep in mind is that Crepuscular no longer activates off of reroute. This is I don't know if it's a bug or intended, but Crepuscular does not activate with reroute, so you might want, if you are planning on using the Crepuscular tech, bring a companion that makes you invisible, like the Shade or the Horus. Other than that, very good build. Nothing to say. Just keep in mind that reroute no longer works with Crepuscular. The rest of that all looks fine. You want to have hotshot? Then just more strength or sculptor there, or concentration. Somewhere in that area. 175 strength shake. Hey, so you do. What's up? No, reroute no longer works. Reroute no longer works with Crepuscular, yes. It no longer works with Crepuscular. It no longer works at the moment. It is bugged. Abyssal Beacons? Abyssal Beacons are for the Degath farm. Hope everyone's doing well. I did not sleep well last night. So I'm very sleepy today, but otherwise I'm okay. I don't know if it's intended or not. That's the problem. Right? Just like a lot of things with Warframe, uncertain if intended or if purposeful. It looks really good though. But so bright. Looks really, really good. Corvex Deluxe getting Corvex Prime before cool? No. Well, Corvex should be 2027 sometime, probably in the winter 2027. Because it should be Kulivo next after Citrine. Citrine will be in September, October, and then Kulivo should be December, and then Corvex should be sometime after that, yeah. Speaking of not sleeping well, you gonna go get yourself another sandwich or a cup of coffee? Man, I want a sandwich. Yeah, it should be somewhere around there. I don't really remember what the exact order is now these days. But it's also DE. The order is made up. This is the exact same build that you sent. Oh, yeah, you did concentration instead. Yeah. Yep, looks good. That's what I would do, personally. Death Eater, Vidaria. Not heavy cal. You kind of want to be landing the shots with it, so I wouldn't go heavy cal here. I would probably drop heavy cal for... The icon doesn't show up? No, at least not when I was last testing it. Crepuscular was not working at all with it. Not when I was last testing. I made a whole shard on it, going over how completely bugged that new augment is. I wouldn't use heavy cal. I would use serration instead. You kind of want the accuracy. I also probably wouldn't use Vial Acceleration. I would look at getting some multi-shot on here if you're not doing Acuity. SKB, how you doing? Welcome in. The order is made up and the points don't matter? Yeah, basically. I would say multi-shot on here is really, really good. Otherwise, the rest of your build here looks fine. Yeah. Friend of yours who's a Rose simp? Ah, for obvious reasons. I see, I see. Yeah, no worries. Go take a break. Ooh. Damn, that looks good. I like. Very pretty. Strun. You really should get around building the Strun. I mean, yeah, but you definitely want to roll that some more. The magazine capacity doesn't really matter. The status chance is nice. The toxin's nice. The minus slash is neither here nor there, but you definitely want to be rolling that more. Status chance, multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, stuff in that area. It's fun for an unrolled? Yeah, it's not bad for an unrolled. Certainly not bad for an unrolled. This is true. This do be true, yo. Ow. Ow. Icicle, 1 cast speed. Thinking 2 strength, 1 duration, 1 equilibrium. Oh yeah, we went over this earlier. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That all makes sense. I'd say range on here if you're on Gastro. Drop this, go Gastro. Get range on here. Like, I don't know why you have narrow-minded on here. I'll drop narrow-minded. I don't really know why you have this here. Just for Nourish? You want range for Gastro. I think my build has range on here. If I remember correctly. Yeah, Gastro is a high range build. And if any of you want to come join our Discord, you're more than welcome to. Come on down. How good is the ANQ? It's alright. It's not the best, but it's not bad. Range, attack speed, crit chance. I mean, the minus chance to gain combo count is really unfortunate. Because you're never going to get combo with it. So you'll need to look at, like, quickening to give you at least a 20% chance to get combo count, because you're never going to be able to activate the Incarnate if you don't have combo counter. But the rest of that's actually pretty solid. Range, attack speed, because this just replaces an attack speed mod, gives you range, gives you crit chance. But you need to solve this, range here. Solve that problem. Overextended? Yeah, that makes sense. Relentless combination? Yeah, relentless combination would also work well there too. Something. Okay, I'm gonna go get some water. I'm really, really tired for some reason today. I'm gonna see if it's just dehydration. We'll be right back. Mm-hmm. I had overextended on. Yeah, that's kind of what I was more thinking about. Overextended do be good. Is a pretty tasty. Do. Do we have anything interesting here? Huh! Nope. Lost knife, what you got? Protea! Ooh, I like that. Ooh, that's pretty. Ooh. That do be pretty. Valkyr? Oh, that looks really nice. That does look pretty dang good. Not gonna lie. Alright, what am I doing with my life here? What am I doing with my life? Rock and stone. Who am I feeling? I'm feeling Nidus. I'm feeling Nidus. I do like Nidus. It is fun times. What weapon do I want to use with Nidus? What am I feeling? Something that likes the big old crit stuff. Something that likes the big old crit. Hema, Latron. You're right, me. The Latron. You're right. I love the Latron. Even though it eats all my frame rates. Okay, who wants to join? Omnia Survival. Icicle? Sure. Cardi, Astra. Astra, what's your game name? Cardi, you're logging in. Sleepy Soup! That's what I am. Are you still on cooldown? Well, the party's full, so yes. Should be Error Gaming. Hopefully it's with the space. And Cardi, you're on. Let's go do some relics. Rock and stone. Rock and stone. Where do you get the items you need to for Orbiter Fashion? I don't know. Vendors mainly? Various vendors. Akrithis has stuff. Akrithis. Velamir or Minerva has some stuff. Honbass has some stuff. The exact stuff, I don't know, but they're around. All the different vendors, Detroit. Leon has some stuff, yep. Foliage from the Undermines, foliage from the Undermines. All right, let's go. Stackies, please. Thank you. Pop. Speed boost. Bah! Farm to Gath for a bit. Oh no, you poor soul. The gas farm's not that bad. Hey you. Hey you. I think all the enemies are following Cardi right now. Hey you. Pop. Pop. Sirius and Orion farm wasn't that bad, at least in my mind. The Railjack missions were pretty quick and easy. There was not really any problem, at least for me. Hey, you. Hey. Hey, you. Noko, I mean, Noko's wasn't that bad. At least for me, it wasn't that bad. The bigger problem with Noko was the, just getting the rep up in general for Noko was more frustrating. Good room? That way? Sure. Head over to the waypoints, friends. Ooh, good room, you're right. Don't mind if I do. Okay, no jump. Don't even want to bother Warframe Duo and ended up buying 2 instead. Oh, that's nice. Where's the enemies? Hello, enemies. Hey, wait, come back. Where'd you go? Why'd you slide like that? Excuse me. Excuse me. Where the F are the enemies? Seriously, what's going on here? There you go. Big old crits. Whee! Ah, yes, good old damage capping shenanigans on Araxia. Silly companion things. Hey. Oh, you don't want to do this with me. You really don't. Just, you don't want to. Please, you don't want this. You don't want this, man. Come on. Just run while you can. Also, we gotta run some quick ads here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get plural ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to Sherbo, the WFCC. You don't want this. I'm gonna shoot this guy with the multiplicative shenanigans. He's gonna die. It's gonna be hilarious. Where'd you go? Yeah, see you. down. Ha pa 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 pa. Ha pa pa. Ha pa pa pa. Ha pa pa. 10,000 health. Tasty. So much unreasonable amounts of health. Stomp, 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 stomp. Huh. Huh. Hiya. Hiya. 1,600% crit chance. What the? Just not as things. Hiya! Hiya! Stomp, stomp, stomp. Bugs. You know, I really like the Latron Incarnate, but trying to charge this thing is a ball ache sometimes. Which, considering it shoots a bunch of balls at people, kind of makes sense. Now charge the Cerberus? Oh no, that's worse. Hey Leo, how you doing? It'd also help if I could aim. I heard aiming can be useful. How am I? I am so freaking sleepy today. I just did not sleep well last night at all. But otherwise, I'm doing pretty okay. Aim prime when? True. Lurk and Alpine, you enjoy your lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hey, look, I got a headshot. Hey, can I get some virulence? Did you know that you can level weapons just by doing normal missions if you feel like it? You're legally allowed to do that. Where's my crits? Oh, the heavy landing after I already landed. That's interesting. You just prefer doing elite? Yeah, see, I find elite just very boring, so that's why I tend to, like, not. I just level up in normal missions like this. Yeah, sure, Titania. ESO is for grinding vandals. I mean, it's good for, like, I'll be doing a lot of ESO come the double affinity weekends, just like burn through a bunch of forma on the limp bow. I'm burning through a lot of those. Thank you. Oh, you're not Ghost yet. We're getting a bunch for, whatchamacallit. Dog days. I think, like, for every weekend during the whole run of the event, we're getting some. Yeah, it'll be nice. Surely they'll do a resource. You're so funny. I think they'll probably do a resource for QTCC. Which is coming up in October. Could my link stay attached, please? Be so nice. The problem is I keep linking to players and it's not doing that. Who's my main? I don't have a main. I don't do mains. I play whatever I feel like and I switch Warframes every mission. The frame that I probably play the most and my favorite frame is Neja, but it's not, I'm not someone who does a quote-unquote main. I find that it just limits people's entertainment in the game, at least for my case, that certainly is. Now, if only I could get my 4 enemies at a time. What build am I using? Just a weapon, gun platformy thingy. Yeah, I'm not trying to leash you. I don't want to leash you. I want to leash the enemies who are, or my dog who is standing right beside me. Hold cast applies to the closest ally, and it's sometimes is not my dog. Is kind of the problem with it. The only real downside to the ability is that it does not favor your companion. This is a gun platform build here, Leo. I'll pull it up. I don't know if anyone else has done it, but yes, I did do a health tank. A persistence, Zaku build, yes. It was fun. I liked it. It's much better now that they've actually fixed it. Big crits. Very tasty. So sleepy today. Huh. Out of blast, at Smite over there 3 for comfort. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is you can always just sort of do what makes the most sense for you. I always tell people to sort of take my builds as inspiration for your own cool thing, and if that makes more sense for your playstyle, then do it. Yeah, Zaku, they're fantastic. They do be very good. I should play more Zaku. Hey, Cool King. Been a little while. How you doing? Later on got a Riven? Yes, but also it's just getting a billion crit chance from Nidus Augment. I think it's like 3 or 1600 crit chance. 1700% crit chance. Does it buff the companion's damage? Yes. Bye-bye. What are you linking to? Why are you linking that? Why are you linking? My dog is right there. Link the dog. Thank you. Give the boy a treat. Alrighty. Once I'm done here, I will give the boy a treat. It's mainly in group play that it's a little bit frustrating because, and you know, your allies just like wander off. But thankfully, with the sort of grace period that you have, you keep an eye on it. It's not that big of a deal. It's just more of like, it seems like it's wanting to link to allies a little bit more than I would like. Like, I would like it to link to the companion more frequently, but it makes more sense for it to link to allies because it gives multiplicative strength and damage to weapons. So it makes more sense to link to an ally. Even though, for my use case, it's specifically a little bit frustrating, but it's not that big of a deal. Hey. 4,000 crit chance, you say? 4,000% crit chance, you say? Sure. Hey, Lone Wolfie, how you doing? Hey, Llama, how you doing? And with like the range and the grace period, I find that the link is usually fine. I do wish that it would like focus more on the companion. No, I don't want to link to you because you're flying around and running out of my range and then I'm almost dying. That's so many health orbs. So many Golfagor just summoned every health orb known to mankind there. Drink my water! I mean, you're not wrong, I probably should. What subsumes are good on Lavos? I'm actually someone who doesn't like to use subsumes on Lavos. If you're looking for more, like, really good information on Lavos, I would recommend checking out Kengineer. Lavos is Kengineer's favorite frame, so definitely the person to go to for that. They certainly know more than me. Only 600? Oh, it's because I wasn't linked. Chad. Sinister. You're working on a 5th Lavos? You're a psychopath. Alright, ready to extract, nerds. To extracto. No, I didn't say, see, the important part of that English language sentence there was a you're a psychopath. Meaning that it's a descriptive feature. What's the benefits of having multiple Warframes? Largely speaking, just amount of builds or fashion choices, because more Warframes means more config slots and more fashion slots. It also means that depending on how you're wanting to play with your frame, then Archon shards are less of a limitator, because then you have different frames for Archon shard stuff. Screw you, violence. So it's more about just like the build crafting side, like if you want to have multiple options and multiple choices for that. Uber's leaving. I want to see. Oh, weird. So sleepy. Can you join in the next relic or level cap? Well, it seems like the gods of Warframe do not want to give us a level cap here. So it seems like we're not doing another level cap. We're not doing a level cap today. It seems like that just ain't happening today. Huh. Nope. Huh. Huh. Hey. Ha. Nidus, what should you add or drop crit og for 200? What do you mean for 200? I don't know what you mean for 200. Stanex Prime or Optics? Oh yeah, I'm of the opinion that we don't really need abundant mutation anymore. Because the 200%, the 200 stacks baseline now is more than enough on him. I really don't feel like you need to go the full 500 stacks anymore. So like, I personally am not running abundant mutation on any of my builds. It's not super necessary. The other thing I would say is I would run duration. Having duration for this and having duration for this are both really, really nice. So like, I would drop transient fortitude for duration. You're getting multiplicative strength from here. You're getting 72% strength from here. Now that said, virulence is your energy regenerator, so you don't really need Hunter Adrenaline. So like, you could also drop this for duration. Just a thought. I will also say that you don't have enough armor currently for Arcane Persistence. So hopefully you got some blue shards for your armor. Because as of right now, you do not have enough armor for blue shard, for activating Persistence. So that's another area that you are having some problems. Would it break things? Omnia Void Cascade was always available. Yeah, it would break the economy of the game, right? Because it's the quote-unquote most profitable. Drop transient? Yeah, I find Parasitic Link, it has a 60-second base duration. Having more duration is really, really nice. And also, Ravenous is your status cleanse for Persistence, so it's also nice to have Ravenous going. So having a longer duration on here and here are both very solid. It also does affect this, right? It has the lingering trail that hangs out, so having duration is actually nice for virulence as well. All those things I would recommend. Gun for Nidus. Why Elementalist on here? Just for the toxin? I'd probably go heat instead of toxin. Finally caved and got Saren Prime. Do you have any good builds? Literally in the pinned comment. Just put out a build today. Fire rate might not be a bad choice on here either. Since it is sort of a beamy type weapon. Fire rate would be nice. Punch through would also be nice. Oh, I don't think punch through really matters for that. Electric? Yeah, electric would also be good on there. Yeah. And it is the prime mod if you use the electric mod, so that's actually probably the best bet, yeah. Electric is probably the best bet there. How do you send builds? You just shoot me a private message in game, Evan. Typing /W space my in-game name, which is the same as the channel name. And link config in chat here. Warframe would still be big if they kept their old movement? Nah, it wouldn't be as popular of a game. The movement is something that people really love. This is my build for my Nidus Leo. Not super sold on the range value here. 175 feels a little bit low, but also I don't want to lose any strength because I do like funny crit numbers. So this is the build that I'm running. The only thing that I'm debating making a change on here is dropping one of these energy shards into an armor shard to get me above the 1400 armor. So I don't have to worry about certain status effects breaking my invincibility. It's the only thing that I'm debating on this build currently. What do you mean for bulwark as well? Bon, thanks for follow. Is that arcane even worth it? You don't have like a ton of armor on Nidus. I wouldn't say that bulwark is super worth it. At least in my mind. Unless you're going super hard into blue shards to get you up to that area. Where do you get Archon mods? Drifter's Camp, once you finish the New War and the quest Veilbreaker. You have a weekly quest that you can do with Call that allows you to buy the Archon mods. Archon Stretch is here being activated by a companion. Just free energy and I had the mod space, so threw it on. So regular Stretch is fine here. Augur Reach could be overextended, and that's kind of the only thing that I'm debating here is dropping Augur Reach for that. With Umbral, it's above 1500. Yeah, so if you're at that point, you might as well. If you're at that point, might as well. But I like running Umbral Intensify and Umbral Fiber for the extra strength and armor there. And then I'm debating the blue shard, dropping one of the energy blue shards into armor shard. Just so I don't have to worry about armor for persistence as much. Are you using casting speed? Yeah. Oh, I probably don't need the 2 casting speed shards I have here. I could probably drop one of these casting speeds. I do like the 2 casting speed though, but most likely that's the adjustment I'll make is I'll drop one of these into an armor shard to get me up to the 1400. Yeah, I think that's probably the adjustment I'm going to make here. Why don't I just try that right now? Because that gets me above 1400 armor without... So I don't have to be as worried about status effects. And I think that's the direction. Yeah, that just makes it comfier. You don't have to be as worried about heat and corrosive, you only need to be worried about magnetic. And I think that's the answer. The less cast speed, though, will probably feel a little bit rough here. Let me just do a quick... see what this feels like. You know what? Not as bad as I thought it would be. So yeah, one cast speed shared is what I'll run. Yeah, not that bad at all. Not bad at all. So that's the change I'm making to the build for myself. The build video, I already talk about doing that, so it's not a problem at all for the build video that I'm working on. That I'll get out eventually. Question mark of when, as always, with me. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break, and then we'll take a look at what people sent. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. And if you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community to sub to Turbo, otherwise it's just bye. Whee! Sleepy. I was planning on doing some Final Fantasy today, but I might just do an early day today. Since I'm feeling not great today. Stupid sleep escaped me last night. Stupid sleep. Although I really want to play Final Fantasy again. Maybe we'll see if I can get some energy back. Sleep is stupid? Sleep escaping me is stupid. Sleep is great. You can escape reality. Sleep if you gotta. Nah, I'm gonna keep going if I can. Because I was enjoying Final Fantasy. It's fun to spice things up, especially we're in downtime in Warframe land. Do something a little bit different. Oh, my ear's itchy. Cascade spawned on normal. Oh well. What can you do? I feel like they knew that I was wanting to do a level cap today, and they were like, no, go play Warframe. Go play Final Fantasy instead. Gonna finish your fashion and go sleep? No worries, do it up. Mud? Whatever your name is. Cascade Flare just for more chance, my status chance. Yeah, should be fine. Creeping Bullseye. Hey, Wisp, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, nothing to say, like, bad here. I don't know if I personally would go into Galvanized Crosshairs, but it's not like it's a bad choice. It'll still do very well. Am I winning? Man, I'm so tired. I'm definitely not winning today. Yeah, not a bad build. Nothing, like, negative to say here. This is multiplicative, so Cascade Flare is very nice. This for more crit chance. I'm not a big fan of the ADS playstyle with Galvanized Crosshairs, but it's perfectly fine. Trisfall, how you doing? Welcome on in. How was your stream? Mesa. So the only thing I would say here is because you're running Bripe on it, I haven't done the math myself on this, but if you were to use Umbral Intensify instead of this, you would get more strength into here, more strength into here, and more importantly, more strength into here. So then you could get more strength into here, here, and here by using Umbral, because then this would give you more strength and more energy, and all of this would have more strength too. But that said, you're also at a really good strength value. It's not like you need to do that. And you're like, it's not like the damage multiplier from here is all that crazy. So like 6 of one, half dozen another, but like I would spread the strength across. Hey John, how you doing? Good mate. Stream was good. Learning Profit Taker and Gar. Well, welcome on in. Hope you all having yourselves a good day. My name is Zenosfire. I stream Warframe, make content for Warframe on YouTube, as well as being an official Warframe content creator. Hope you had a good stream. If you do need to raid and run, you are more than welcome to. But if you want to hang, you're also more than welcome to. Okay, one thing on here. This doesn't do anything. This is only giving you crit damage. Because Mesa's regulators are not guns. They make damage appear in the middle of the enemy. It's not actually a gun. She doesn't shoot bullets. She just makes bullets appear in enemies' bodies. It's really stupid. The other thing I would say is, since you're running secondary enervate here, I would not run Creeping Bullseye. Because you are essentially, canceling each other out with this, right? So I probably wouldn't run this. So you don't, it's kind of this little combination here. You're kind of canceling each other out here by doing this. So you could drop this for something else. More damage of another variety, like another element on here would not be a bad choice. Because you have heat here, you could go viral on here. I also wouldn't run Magnum Force, even though you're like getting insta hits. I would probably go for, if you're gonna go for a damage mod, I would probably go for Galvanized Aptitude, because yeah, you have a very low status chance, but you're going to be just putting a lot of bullets into them, so you will be getting your statuses on them. So that's kind of an idea there for you too. But yeah, I would probably look at not using Merciless Gunfight on here. More fire rate is always good on Mesa, so you could look at Anemic Agility even with Lethal Torrent. Would be another option. But yeah, I would say probably not this guy, definitely not this guy, probably not this guy because you're running this guy, or keep this guy and swap this out for something else. Are kind of your options there, Error. Can you send one of your builds, one weapon? Yeah, absolutely. Send it over. My in-game name is there for you. Just send it on over. Ooh. Manifold Lullaby. And thank Trizfall for the raid. Type exclamation point join for a potato of your choice. Orkin Reactor or Orkin Catalyst. It's only in Twitch chat, so if you're watching somewhere else, click the link in the description. And come on over. You need blue tatoes? Ooh, sorry, you only get red tatoes. Perchance, duplicate? Yep. I love duplicate manipulation. I like this. This looks really nice. That looks really, really nice. I like. Do you see your Val? Yes, we just saw your Val. What you got here? War Prime, duplicates, condition overload, fury reach, crit, melee finisher, finisher damage, initial combo, drifting contact. I would offload drifting contact. So the reason why I would offload drifting contact is you don't really. You can offload combo duration into dexterity arcanes on your primary or secondary, or you can offload dexterity arcanes onto your arc gun. So if we go back over here, we go to my Nami Solo, it's got a 5-second combo duration. We go back over here, we move my Arbusep over to the dexterity arcanes. We come back over here, and it's a 20-second duration. So you can always get access to the Dexterity Arcanes, even if you don't want to use Dexterity Arcanes on your weapon, by putting them onto your arc gun instead. So I would offload this, and then you'd be looking at more crit damage. Because the big thing with melee duplicate is you want just a ton of crit damage. Right? So you'd be looking at what's that thing? Organ Shatter. I would replace this for Organ Shatter. Combo, you get the combo duration without using it? Correct. Yes. I would also, instead of Prime Fury, go Berserker Fury. It's more, and it's more attack speed. Also frees up a slot for you. You don't necessarily need Reach on here because your follow through is just so low. 60% follow through. In case, for anyone who doesn't know, or for yourself if you don't know, follow through is essentially a negative multiplier. Each additional enemy hit gets the damage reduced by that percentage or to that percentage. So first enemy is 100%, second enemy is 60 of 100%, third enemy is 60 of that 60%, etc., etc., etc. So the more range you have, you're going to be hitting more enemies, yes, but each additional enemy hit by the attack is going to be taking less and less damage. Now, that said, having higher, you're hitting more enemies, you're getting status effects onto the enemies, you're getting them ready for other attacks, etc., etc. So it's kind of a 6 of one, half dozen another. The only things I would really say is drop you more crit damage, drop you Berserker Fury for higher attack speed because this thing's kind of slow. You don't necessarily need this, but it's perfectly fine. If you have the Prime mod, swap that out for the Prime mod because it's more damage. And then you could also go, like, if you really feel like you want more status chance, it's got pretty good status chance, so you get, like, Weeping Wounds in here, too, for, like, that. And you'll end up getting a lot more damage out of that. Oh, and Douche Lord, I have it set so even if I join the giveaways, I can't win them. We got a giveaway going on for a potato. Orc Reactor, Orc and Catalyst, your choice. So those are the only things I would say on there, Drone. Like, your build's actually super solid. I love Duplicate on that weapon. But, like, if you wanted to get super min-maxy, there's some areas that you could make some changes. Oh, pretty. Actually, I kind of like that. It's really cool. I like the double greens on there. That looks nice. Lost Knife, Grattler, Merciless Dexterity. Where's your crit damage? Where's your crit damage? Tired Torsion. Tired Torsion. Or Torsion, or however you pronounce your name. What's your game name? And what kind of potato do you want? Orc Reactor, Orc Catalyst, your choice. Do you want a reactor? So a Warframe potato? Here you go. Warframe potato. Congrats. Enjoy. No player found with that in-game name. Double check your in-game name, please, friend. Because it's not that. Did you spell it wrong? You spelled it wrong. You were missing a U. You silly goof. There you go. Enjoy. Anyway, have a good rest of y'all day. No worries. You take care. I appreciate you. Hope you have yourself a good night. Good sleep. All that jazz. Alright. Do I have the energy to do Final Fantasy? I actually don't think I do. I'm so tired right now. Yeah, I'm too tired to really do anything right now. Did not sleep last night at all. Buh. Alright, I think we're just gonna call it early for me tonight, y'all. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing Final Fantasy all day. We'll do variety tomorrow. You're late. I mean, to be fair, I usually go for another hour and 20 or hour and 40, but I just did not sleep last night at all. So we're gonna call it a little bit here. But give it a few. You got mail? Oh, okay. Can I just summon the mail? No, I can't. Summon mail. Yay, grats! Omniforma! Oh, good, I just ran out. Thank you very much, Deuce Lord. Appreciate you. I appreciate ya. What thanks? Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here for me, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just really feeling tired and do not have the energy today. When did you send me mail? I think that was from when I sent you a giveaway. Alright, y'all. We're gonna go rest. No subs today, but thank you Trizfall for the raid, thank you Brigand for the raid, and thank you Tunana for the raid. Who are we gonna drop you off with? Cobb, what's up? Ace! Can't have that. Ace, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. I super appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Another road simp? Well, I mean, that's your problem, not mine. Behave in the Discord, or else. That sounds like you've made your bed, and you must sleep in it. It sounds like a you problem, not a me problem today. Yeah, I'm super tired, y'all, I'm sorry. Alright, everybody. We'll catch you tomorrow. We're probably gonna do Final Fantasy 14 all day tomorrow. Thursday, variety day, and then we're gonna I think we're doing something with the friends on Friday or Saturday. I don't know which of the two. Like Mecha Pink Chameleon or Repo or something with the peeps. So we will catch y'all then. Otherwise, everyone, we're gonna drop you off the party. So thank you, Ace, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate the heck out of you. And we shall see you all tomorrow for Final Fantasy. Again, my apologies for ending it early today. I am way too tired. I just did not sleep last night at all. Mango, yeah, sorry. I didn't sleep last night, so we're calling it early. I have no energy to keep going. But take care, everyone. Be good to each other. Have yourselves a good sleep. Have yourselves a good night. Go say hi to Barty, because that's the right thing to do. And we'll be doing Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow, continuing the MSQ, and then Friday, some kind of variety with the friendos. Alright, everyone. See you.